sit on here.
Good morning. Welcome from Headingley for day one of Yorkshire versus Derbyshire, this fourth round match as it is of the County Championship Division 2 of 2024, with the news that Derbyshire have won the toss and, surprise, surprise at Headingley, have decided to bowl first. Yorkshire have made two changes from the team that were beaten by Middlesex at Lord's last weekend, with Matthew Revis coming into his first match of the championship season. Matthew Fisher also back, having missed that game. And the men to miss out, Dan Moriarty and of course the injured Mickey Edwards. So Yorkshire line up as follows: Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Shan Masood captaining, Joe Root, Harry Brook, George Hill, Jonathan Tattersall, Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Ben Code and Matthew Fisher. Jonathan Doidge with you from BBC Radio Leeds. We've got James Carr doing our third voicing for the day, and of course the man whose voice I've been telling him I'm very jealous of, the Barry White of the BBC commentary circuit, Dave Fletcher alongside. Morning, Fletch.
Morning, Doidge. How are you? Yeah, good to be here. Good to be here. Third time this season. Of course, there was no toss in the game between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. We didn't see any cricket at all in that opening round. Third time Derbyshire have won the toss. Third time they've decided to have a bowl first, with varying success. Last week they could have had Leicestershire 3 down. They dropped 3 catches in the first 35 minutes, including Marcus Harris any number of times. He eventually made 214, which was slightly disappointing. But yeah, they've got one change. Zach Chappell comes in place of Sam Connors, who's injured. So came Reese Lloyd, Madsen Guest, Donald Dahl, Thompson, Chappell, Tickner and Brown, and it's Zach Chappell who's removing his various sweaters, and all of them are required because it is perishing out there, absolutely perishing. And straight away Blair Tickner's just had a quiet word with the slip cord, and now he's practicing his run up, so he'll be bowling from the Kirkstall Road end 8,
or even the Kirkstall Lane end.
Kirkstall Lane end, sorry, yes. Lane, Road, they're all the same, aren't they? It was full of ambulances and police yesterday. Headingley was certainly. Sirens, it was like being in London, like being down south.
What do you put that down to? You and Griff arrive, ambulances and police?
He needed an ambulance, clearly, with his knee, but no, I had no idea, but it was incredible.
Umpires, by the way, Hassan Adnan, who I believe is standing at the Howard Stand end, where this first over will be bowled from, and Martin Saggers at square leg, and Fletch, lead us off.
But before I go and do my 11 o'clock update, I'll do a couple of balls for you. Lyth on strike, Chappell bowls to him, and the first ball's crashed away for 4 runs. Too short from Chappell, and a very comfortable shot out to the point boundary by Adam Lyth, who came out of the lift of our hotel yesterday afternoon when we arrived. That's apropos of absolutely nothing. And Yorkshire 4 without loss in the first over. After one ball, in fact, look at that rate, 24 and over. They could be on for a record.
It's going to be tough to maintain.
They could be on for a record. If 3 slips and a gully, and it's Alex Thompson at gully. Wayne Madsen at first slip, no David Lloyd, that's interesting. In comes Chappell and bowled here, way down the leg side, tumbling stop, going to his right by Brook Guest. So Wayne Madsen's back at first slip. He hadn't been at first slip for a couple of seasons, really. Then an Aaron Donald at second slip. And I can't work out for the life of me who that is at third slip. It's Lewis Reese. And the gully is Alex Thompson's a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket as well. Pat Brown with his hands plunged firmly into his pockets, and a long leg as Chappell is in. That one's down the leg side as well. He tries to flick it away, does Lyth, but couldn't make contact. Taken down the leg side by Brook Guest. It was gloriously sunny when I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. Where's all that gone? It's all cloudy now.
Zach Chappell, of course, there was something went on with regard to Zach Chappell in the fixture at Queen's Park last year.
He was the substitute for Suranga Lakval.
That's him, yeah, that guy.
But yes. Here is, I thought we'd forgotten all about that. Chappell bowls too light, pushed out to the offside. They go through for a quick run as Lloyd comes in, can't pick the ball up cleanly from mid-off. And Yorkshire move on to 5 without the loss. Yeah, Saranga Lakmal got clonked on the head, didn't he? And looked in all sorts of trouble when he walked immediately in front of us and out to the medical staff.
Zach Chappell came on and got 150 not out, something like that, was it?
But no, he didn't, because Yorkshire declined to allow Zach Chappell to be the replacement, because they said he was a much better batsman than Saranga Lakmal. They're not wrong, but it seemed a bit churlish, so Derbyshire had to declare. But we're over it now.
All friends, and
I've got to go.
Forgot. You do that, and I'll tell you that Zach Chappell is coming in to bowl to Finlay Bean, who just thinks at flicking it one down the leg side, but thinks better of it. We've got a fair few in this Friday morning, which is good to see. It will definitely be several layers in order if you're going to sit out there for any length of time. I can promise you that, because as Fletcher was saying, it is cold, it's nithering, as you might say. With one to come in the over, Chappell round the wicket, Bean just having a push at one that looks as though it holds its line. End of the over, 5 without loss. Adam Lyth has all of those. In terms of where they're playing here, for those who can't see, then our commentary position is pretty much bang central to the square. They're playing away to the left as we look at it from the Kirkstall Lane end, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips to the left, to the east side of the ground. The members stand the long room and all of that side of the ground. So shortish boundary, it feels like, over that way. They've roped it off, as you'd expect, on the western terrace side of the ground. Blair Tickner, as Fletch called, is going to open things up from the Kirkstall Lane end then, still with the 3 slips in place and a point. There's a bit of a run around among the fielders, and I'm not surprised about that, because you'd want to keep yourself moving on a day like this. Harry Kane just moving in at gully and going up in front of square leg.
I missed anything?
You've missed nothing. A couple of dots. So Tickner to make his way in then past umpire Martin Saggers and bowl. No, he's not. He's not happy with where his fine leg is. He wants him to go one way and he's gone the other.
Why, when you point to your right,
would he go to the left?
Would he go to the... Anyway.
I think he maybe needs to go and
Zach Chappell's
get the eyes tested.
First over.
So Tickner is coming right arm round the wicket and slides one straight down the leg side. It's a very athletic diving stop behind the stumps there by Brooke Guest, because that was destined for 4 byes. First ball from this end. Is that a good little update?
It was all right, yeah. Not bad for a first one. Easy way in, don't you?
You do, yeah.
Easy way in.
Sort of oil the joints and get the jaw working again. Yeah.
Wasn't sure if there was going to be one to start with.
Tickner does a couple of running on the spot steps before he comes in. Very wide on the crease. That's a good delivery at second ball. Adam Lyth just holds the bat inside the line, but it was one of those that on another day he might have had a nibble at. Did that last week at Lords, in fact.
He's been the pick of the bowlers this season so far, Blair Tickner, without getting the figures necessarily to back that up. He did have 4 catches dropped off him in the first innings. By the time he got to the 4th one, he looked quite angry.
Tickner in again. That is full and up there to drive. Adam Lyth just lays his bat on it really and plays it square on the offside and picks up another run. Lyth with 2 tons, of course, already in this campaign, with the Kookaburra, or against the Kookaburra, not with it. Scores last week for him, he said, reminding himself, 15 LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones in the Yorkshire first innings, which was well short of the mark, wasn't it? And then the second innings, he was caught at first slip off Toby Rowland-Jones for 1. Meanwhile, Finlay Bean, who got 29 in both innings last week, is on strike, and I think that might have wrapped him on the thigh pad. There was an appeal. There was a degree of optimism about that, I should
well, he just asked umpire Saggers if it was height, and yeah, clearly it was too high on the replay, but Martin Saggers nodded. I like it when if the bowler asks and the umpire says,
Oh, yeah.
nothing wrong with that, is there?
Not at all. Not at all.
I might just watch the telly, actually, it's quite big.
Here's Tinkner to Bean, who goes, well, from the crease, really, and just gets an inside contact on that, out into the leg side. There is no run. If you're just joining us, of more recent moments, just crawled out of bed maybe and decided to put the commentary on, or maybe even watch the pictures, then Derbyshire decided that they wanted to bowl first on winning the toss. Zach Chappell back in for them in one change, and Fisher and Revis back in for Yorkshire in two changes. As Tickner's latest delivery sees Finley Bean shoulder arms, and there is no run. Moriarty and Edwards, by the way, for Yorkshire, the two sitting this one out. And Sam Connors, I think, is the man, isn't he?
Sitting,
he's
injured.
Yeah,
he's got a slight injury. I was just going to tell you that Mitch Wagstaff was on the field, but he isn't anymore. Lewis Rees has returned. I'm just making a play for the earliest substitute fielder of the season. Over number 2. That's a good effort from Mitch. Had a good game at Scarborough from memory. A couple of wickets in his first over. Scored a half century. The leggies. Yeah. Zach Chappell, new over from the football stand end, and he has a real go at that one. Adam Lyth, it goes through to the keeper. He doesn't make contact, but a typically aggressive Adam Lyth shot, but unfortunately not on the right line for him.
Yeah, and that's similar to his dismissal last week, where he nicked one through to first. So keep your hands warm, Wayne Madsen. He's got him in his pockets at this moment in time.
Yes, he's at first, which is unusual because David Lloyd is at mid-off. Anyway, Chappell in past the umpire and balls. This time it's just guided down a backward point. Anish Dal with a typically tumbling stop down to his right. I don't think Nudge feels like he's been playing unless there's a bit of mud on one of his knees, and he's got some on his left knee already. That's good to see. Chucks himself around. He's got those hand warmers as well. I see him shaking the hand warmers. I mean, it's ridiculously cold. It's going to be May soon, because that's how these things work.
Comes after April usually.
And it's just cold. Chappell bowls down the leg side. Again, it's about the fourth ball he's bowled down the leg side. Lyth had nothing to do with it, lifted his bat high out of the way. Wayne Madsen's calling for something now, but I'm not entirely sure what. There's lots of waving going on. You want more hand warmers? Bring on a fire.
Martin?
Yeah, it is cold. Whatever it was, it looks like it's sawdust is required by all accounts. As in comes Chappell and bowls. That's wide of the off stump this time, and left alone by Lyth to go through to Brooke Guest. So Blair Tickner looking more and more every day like a character out of Mario Kart. His hands in his pockets. He arrived when he arrived in the country. Was first introduced to us during the student game in the warm-up to the season. He'd shaved his moustache off, which was hugely disappointing, but it's back, which is great news. There's Chappell, fully bearded. That one is defended into the ground by Lyth, picked up by David Lloyd, who appears to have some strapping on his left hand. That might be the reason he's not fielding in the slips. Even from this distance you can see the strapping, but he was first slip for the first 2 matches that were played, including leading the side out down at Glamorgan against his old county where he'd been forever. I did ask him if it felt strange, and he basically shut me down immediately, which isn't like him. Here's Chappell again, and bowls to Lyth, who drives to Lloyd at mid-off. Didn't really time that one, and the over comes to an end. Yorkshire 6 without loss. That was a maiden over from Zach Chappell after 5 came off his first. Lyth has all of the runs that have been scored so far. Finley Bean, therefore, has yet to get off the mark.
Yep, it won't be easy out there early doors. First day of the match, but these two, and certainly Adam Lyth, He's got seasons and seasons of experience. Knows very well how to play here, but it's classic bowler-friendly conditions for Headingley with the overheads in their favour. The pitch will play well, but there's bound to be a little bit of something out there for the bowlers, particularly early in the piece here. Blair Tickner from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Bean. He's appealing for something there, but I think that was going down and over the top and missing and all sorts really, but
knock the cover off it.
Certainly not out anyway. Martin Saggers, when asked, probably saying, well, which bit of not out do you want me to explain to you there, Blair?
Not out on a number of counts.
So 6 without loss into the 4th over. Bit of buzz going on downstairs. Tickner in, and Bean gets a ball short of length and just jabs it out back foot into the offside. No run. You can get in touch as ever on the usual forums, whatever they're called these days. X. At Fletch Sport for the man to my right. James will give you his something like Jiminy Cricket or something, isn't it?
Something amusing.
He'll tell you when he comes on anyway.
Yeah.
And at Sporting Lives 1 for me, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Tickner to Bean, who's solidly behind this one.
I've got one of them as well. Fletchcricket at gmail.com if you want to. You can, I mean, by all means, email Doidgy, but if you prefer.
Yeah, email Fletcher. And I know the visitors would like to continue their corresponding association with you. As Tickner turns at the end of his run. Basically, I didn't know what I was saying there. And he comes and Bean plays to mid-on. There's no run. Note for Doidge, he says Martin Bloomfield. You see, I've 1-0 to me. I think I've got one here, and you've not got one yet.
I've not got one. No, I haven't got one.
Morning, JD. He says, needing much improved performance to secure our first win of the season. Our much vaunted batting lineup needs to show its mettle. Pity JW didn't make it to the final 11, James Wharton being that man, after his 100 for the seconds at Scarbados. Yes, and well done, Warts, on that front. I see Harry Duke is on loan to Essex, he says. Do we know if he'll get him back for the one-day matches later? As Tickner is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Finlay Bean, who's been patient and has been rewarded by getting off the mark in the 4th over with a single. Well, Harry's only gone on loan for 2 weeks, to my knowledge. I think I'm right in saying, or certainly to start with. I don't know if there's anything further possibly beyond that. So on that basis, if selected, then he'll be available for the games later in the campaign. He's obviously played in those now for the last few seasons. Johnny Tattersall, obviously a man with the possession of the gloves at the moment. Tickner to Lythe, last ball of the over, and that is solidly defended. 7 without loss, 1 to Lythe. Sorry, 6 to Lythe and 1 to Bean. And Rupert says that thought for today: it is easier for Yorkshire members to do this at Lords than Headingley. The only bright spot from last weekend. I'm not quite sure to what you're referring there, Rupert, but you have sent me a... right, okay. There's a beer positioned on a photograph on the edge of the balcony.
So it's easier to drink at Lords than at Headingley?
Presumably that must be...
Stop you bringing in alcohol? Stop bringing the alcohol in here? I don't know. I don't know the regulations.
Quite sure.
Harry Duke's making his debut today, I noticed, for Essex. Yorkshire have just retweeted the Essex side. Zach Chappell's going to continue from the football stand end. The grey Headingley. Bright enough that there are 1 or 2 bits of shadows as he bowls, and there's a play and a miss from Finlay Bean outside the off stump. Went for the drive, didn't connect. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. And Chappell, in that way of his, walks back to his mark. He's left his carpets at home. He could still carry them.
Yeah,
he could.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh, magnificent.
Yeah.
No stranger to the inside of a gym. Isn't Zach? He's on his way in again now to bowl to Bean. This one's on his pads, and he just turns it down towards long leg. In off the boundary comes Blair Tickner, and Bean is off the mark. No, he isn't. He's got 2 now, and he isn't getting that one anyway because it's a leg by, so it's absolute nonsense. 8 without loss.
I think you can cut that one out of the commentary archives.
I'll not be including that. Not be including that. I had Rob Nothman dissecting my football and commentary and presenting skills earlier this week.
Why?
I did just do it every now and again. I did it back in 2016, and I'm still doing the same things wrong that I did then. His Chapel bowls left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lyth. Yeah, all 3 of us on the Radio Derby Sports Deck. It's for quality control purposes as much as anything. It just has you have to send him some commentary and some presenting stuff, and he has a listen. I love talking to Rob.
Been around a long time now.
Yeah, he's a good man. He's a good man.
Loves his horse racing.
Well, I think that was the last time I heard him. He usually reads the odds, doesn't he, at the big horse race meetings for 5 Live. As Chapel is in and bowls to Lyth, who pushes this defensively up towards Lloyd once again at mid-off. I use people's Christian names too much in football commentary, apparently. I thought it was nitpicking, but I'm going to do my best. Also got to say that we'll be listening to this on the BBC Sport website via BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and BBC Radio Derby. It's Jonathan Deutsch and Dave Fletcher with James Carr coming in momentarily, so you've got to keep saying things like that. Here is Chapel bowling off the back foot. Nice shot, Lyth. Same shot that he got off the mark with, really. Perhaps a little shorter, the delivery, and he's punched it away to the point boundary for 4 runs. He moves into double figures. He's on 10 in Yorkshire, 12 without loss.
Yeah, we did get told at that sort of commentators' powwow before the season started that we don't identify ourselves enough on air.
Yeah. That's one of the tick boxes, or box ticks, or whatever it's called. Yeah, that, what station you're on, who you are.
Yeah.
Because people are dipping in and out. We do get a lot of people I know listen for long periods of time, tell the score, that kind of thing. So we're doing our best. We're learning all the time. Well, sort of. Chapel in and balls. That one's a play and a miss. He went another expansive looking drive from Adam Lyth. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest, but that kind of been far away from the outside edge of his bat. He survives. It's the end of the over. 5 gone, 12 without loss, Yorkshire, having been put into bat this morning.
Yeah, that was a proper flash there by Adam Lyth, and that horrible term of moral victory for the bowler sort of springs to mind. Maybe we should have idents, you know.
Yes.
I mean, we could just play a little jingle out now and again, you know, end of an over or whatever.
That'd be good. They do that quite a lot in. They do it. I'll tell you what they do on ABC. When they change commentators, they play music, which is presumably to stop you hearing them rustling around with microphones. Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Blair Tickner to bowl here to Finlay Bean from the Kirkstall lane end, making his way in now, and very wide on the crease bowls. One that, a bit like Blair Tickner's follow through, sort of arced away from the batter. He sort of falls away, doesn't he, after 3 or 4 strides in his follow through. First time I've seen him bowl live, but he ends up nearly 2 pitches away by the time he's finished. It all helps getting him back to his mark quicker and keeping the over rate going, I suppose, because he's got a bit of a turning circle thing going on. Comes in again, short of length. Bean will get his first boundary of the match with a very nicely executed cut shot, which has gone through sort of wide third man area and takes him on to 5, the score onto 16. What would do? Ooh, Dave Fletcher on your cricket broadcast, something like that.
No, I don't think so. No, I might get somebody to sing it though.
Maybe I should sing it like that. I'm not sure. You'd have even less listeners than you've already got. You've been divided down.
I can't afford to lose listeners. The ones I've got are very loyal, but I don't want to lose any. The ball has finally worked its way back to Blair Tickner. Look,
it might have got a bit of juice on it over there. I'm not suggesting it's been raining overnight, because I don't think it has, but there'll still be some dew and probably maybe not as cleared away over the boundary as it would have been on the pitch itself, as Finley Bean flicks one in front of square and picks up a single. Pitch looking in cracking nick. From this distance they often look like this. There's just a green tinge to it, which excites bowlers of course and makes batters suspicious, but it plays very well. Good cricket pitches. Richard Robinson and his trusty team, as Tickner just switched there to over the wicket for the first time, and Adam Lyth blocked a straight one.
Yes, the pitches at Derby often have that green tinge, but it makes no difference.
What they still get?
They still don't do much. They have tended not to do much. They're desperately trying to work a way of getting pitches to be more sporting.
James Carr returns with, I know this has brought a couple for himself, but not for us two. As Adam Lyth works one wide of mid-on and Harry Kane does the fielding. They pick up a single. Martin Rowe, good morning to you. Says 3 lads local to me: Harry Brook, Jordan Thompson and Matthew Revis. Happy days. Yeah, all from just up the road, as broadcasters say, which is not really just up the road, but it's about 7 or 8. Well, between 5 and, I don't know, somewhere around the half a dozen miles mark, give or take, a bit further for Harry and Rev. I'll shut up and talk about this delivery, which is a short one from Tickner, and Finley Bean happy to watch it go by. 18 without loss after 6. Looks like Fletcher's disappearing.
I've just been given the shout, so I'll see you a bit later on. Okay.
11:22, a bit early for 11:30.
Yes.
Forever Domo, good morning to you. He says, morning Doiji and friends, the ground looks good. 8 cameras apparently being used, including drone shots. I wouldn't know much about that because, as you know, I'm doing a BBC audio commentary, but of course we have a great partnership with the club, and that commentary is used on the improved streaming service, I think it's fair to say, this year. Forecast apparently isn't brilliant, says Forever Domo. Good to have you back. Much better than the Middlesex stream, he says. Let's turn the season round from here. First change of bowling already. Anuj Dal is going to come on from the Howard stand end, so just 3 overs, early overs for Zach Chappell. Morning Dodgy, says Neil Dutton. Lovely to hear you and Fletch this fresh Friday morning. Thank you very much. Definitely looks like a day where slip fielders are hoping the edges don't carry. Sore fingers all round is the hashtag, and yeah, if you get one on the finger end today, oof, and it's not going to be pleasant. And Mick Wood asking about music between deliveries as Anuj Dal runs through the crease, and that's a signal as a no ball. If you were to play music between commentary changeovers, what tune would it be, says Mick? I suppose something ironic like Don't Turn Around. James Carr is alongside. JC will take us through this Anuj Dal over.
Yeah, Dal in now, nice and straight to Adam Lyth, who tickles that one to mid-wicket, and there's a run between the gap in the field there. I think this is the surface for Anuj Dal, actually. He's one of those naggy, medium-pace bowlers. He gets the ball to move laterally off the surface. I'm saying that as the sun's coming out, probably drying that slightly tacky top, but I think this is a good bowling change for Derbyshire.
Taken out a slip as well, so 2 slips and a gully in place now. An extra man added in the leg side.
Dal on his way once again, this time to the left-handed Finley Bean. The umpire signals wide there, as that one seemed to shape away as Dal gets his radar a little bit askew.
He's not happy with the foot holes here. Immediately he's looking at the bottom of his boot, and he's asked for some sawdust. So again, maybe just a little bit dewy early doors. That sun that you've just referred to, James, will dry things out, hopefully. The Yorkshire batters will be happy to have sunshine. That usually changes things in their favour here, but there's still plenty of cloud overhead, and it feels like it's only going to be a brief break for a bit of sun.
Yeah, you often see this when bowlers first come round the wicket, because that side of the wicket doesn't get pounded as much. It can be a little bit slippy because the surface is a bit more flat and less abrasive, so Dahl just kind of getting used to the surface, feeling those spikes in the ground. Well, the weather wasn't amazing on Wednesday, was it? And it was a run fest here for the white ball game with the Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy. So in terms of surface, I think it's going to play particularly well as Dahl's in this time, and he gets this one to shape away from the left-handed Finley Bean, and there's no edge, but it goes through to the keeper, and there's a few oohs and ahs from the Derbyshire players who are looking interested at that.
Yeah, bit of a chat between the two batters. Maybe Adam Lyth just picked up something that he might pass on to his mate.
Dahl once again from the Howard stand end, third ball of the over. Straightens his radar a little bit this time. Starts to straighten towards the cordon off the surface, but Finley Bean is strong and compact and behind that one, and there's no run. Very tidy, organised cricketer, Anuj Dahl. Really enjoyed watching him play over the last few years. He's become a regular in the Derbyshire side. Always seems to make things happen. He always gets good players out as well. I'm sure he's licking his lips with two left-handers on strike as he comes round the wicket once again, and he's got it to nick to second slip. I'm not sure if it carried. It's certainly not been held. It was hard from this angle to tell whether it carried.
And Aaron Donald at second slip. Let's just see if we get the benefit of a replay for those who can.
Oh, it did.
Yep.
It went in at about shin height actually, and he's grasped that, and he'll be really disappointed. He just snatched at it slightly and it went straight onto the ground out of his fingers. Dahl in once again round the wicket to Finley Bean. This time it hits him. It looks adjacent. The umpire is not interested. That was a very, very, very loud shout from Anuj Dahl and a few of his colleagues, but just looking at it a second look, it looks like he was just outside the line. Maybe a little bit high. Dahl starting to make things happen then. Got a couple to shape away from the left-handers, and then a couple to just go straight on. Putting a bit of indecision into Finley Bean. As Dahl's in once again, two straight this time, and it's worked round the corner. We'll go through that vacant square leg region, and the batters will come back for a second run, taking Yorkshire to 20 without loss. 22 without loss, I beg your pardon.
Yep, Finley feeling a little bit happier about life. Could have been first innings curtains there, but and Aaron Donald unable to cling on. Let's see what's going on around the grounds in the early moments on day one of this round of Championship cricket. Starting in the top div, where at Chester Street, Durham, were the winners of the toss there, decided to bat first and are 11 for 2, so a sticky start for them against Essex. At the Oval, it's Hampshire-Surrey, and Surrey won the toss, stuck Hampshire in there, 20 for 1 early doors. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire are taking on Nottinghamshire, who won the toss, decided to bat and are 16 for 1. And at Kidderminster, Somerset are the visitors against Worcestershire, and were put into bat by Worcestershire. Somerset 20 without loss early on as Tickner is in, and Lyth drawing the bat across and inside the line of that one that was wide of off stump. Dot ball. And then in this division at Bristol, Gloucestershire, the hosts, put Middlesex into bat, and they are 29 without loss. No wickets either at Leicester so far, where Northamptonshire were put in by the hosts and are 37 without loss. So no wickets yet to fall in Division 2, and not with this delivery from Tickner either, which is wide of Adam Lyth off stump, and he's not for having a flash at that. Plenty of encouragement, as you might expect, early in the piece, ringing around the field here as Tickner makes his way back to his mark. So half an hour in, 22 without loss. Steady start. Good delivery from Tickner. Stifled appeal. Adam Lyth unable to make, if he did make some contact, it was a nick onto his body. Not like it was going down either way.
Not as much shape from Blair Tickner out the hand or off the surface, but plenty of bounce. That one's certainly going to go over the top, so bodes well if they can get the edge and it can carry to slip, as we've seen in the previous over.
Here he comes again, wide of off stump, driven square by Adam Lyth, in fact backward of square, opened the face, super shot over the top of it, along the deck all the way, and the diving gully come point fielder there, unable to reel that in. I think that's Anuj Dal. And so 4 more to Lyth, 16 to him, 26 without loss. Still early days, but the hosts will be encouraged by this start. Derbyshire so far, well, they've created a clear-cut opportunity with that drop in the previous over. Finley Bean. As Tickner comes in, and Adam Lyth launches into his classic extra cover drive, but a good diving stop by David Lloyd, the Derbyshire skipper there. Wideish mid-off prevents any runs. Lyth, well, we'd love to see him play that shot, and he's able to do that on numerous occasions if the bowler just strays and offers him a little bit of width and throws it too far up the pitch. But a good piece of fielding by Lloyd prevented Tickner going for a few, and he's trying his luck again, but this time he's wider of off stump and an easy leave. So 8 overs complete. Remember the usual first day timings apply, so 1 o'clock for lunch. Not that I'm thinking about food already, obviously. 3:40 for tea, or when there are 32 overs remaining, usually the latter. And then theoretically the mythical 6 o'clock finish, which of course never happens.
Don't get me started about over HJD, it's very early on in the day. Anuj Dal to continue from the Howard stand end round the wicket to Finley Bean. He's a little bit straight onto the pads, and Bean tickles it round the corner down to long leg for a run. Bringing Adam Lyth on strike, so Yorkshire 27 without loss, Lyth 16, Bean 8. Good tempo and temperament from both of them so far. Just the one clear-cut chance, and a couple of stifled LBW appeals for Derbyshire as Dal's in once again. Full and straight Adam Lyth, and he presses forward and punches that one to mid-wicket for no run. Dal much happier now around the wicket, bit of sawdust on the crease, and seems to have found a little bit of rhythm. Fletch said off air about Derbyshire not holding their catches in previous games, and the second he goes off air, Derbyshire have put one down as Dal's in once again, full and on the heels of Adam Lyth, and he gets his back down on that and pushes up to mid-on, and he scampers through for a quick single, taking Yorkshire through to 27 without loss. Bean's been in the team about 12 months now, permanently, Luigi. What do you make to this partnership, this opening partnership?
Superb. I mean, it did a brilliant job last year. They averaged the best part of 70 between them for an opening stand.
Darlin once again to Finley Bean, who shoulders arm at this one and lets it go through to the keeper.
I think it's bound to be a bit tougher this year for Finley, because bowlers were seeing him largely for the first. He did play a couple of games at the back end of the season before, but largely seeing him for the first time last year, and so they'll feel with the sort of data available, if you like, and videos, that they might have a better chance of working him out now. And so you'd expect it to get tougher, wouldn't you? It's professional sport.
Dal's in pursuit of the wicket of Finley Bean, and it's off the inside edge of the bat, but goes to mid-wicket for no run.
He's talked to us about him. He's changed his setup slightly, so he's now standing. It's difficult for us to tell with the naked eye from the comm box here, but he's standing a little bit further across, more covering off stump than was previously.
Yeah, just for those who are looking at the stream, I've just watched it back there. His big toe is actually outside off stump. You can almost see leg stump, trying to negate the LBW and try and cover the off stump and be able to let the ball go outside off stump as much as possible. We've got a little break in play. Guest has ran off to get his helmet. He's going to stand up to Dahl now. I'm not sure what I think about that so early on, with the ball doing a little bit, shaping away from the left-handers. Being on strike as Dahl's in from the Howard stand end. He's full and straight, and it's driven handsomely down the ground. There's a hand on it from Dahl, which is going to prevent it going for 4. Good piece of fielding there as it's clawed back and thrown in for 2 runs.
Tell you what, he struck that well, didn't he? Because he got quite a lot of hand on it, and it still nearly made it to the boundary. That was a feature, I think, as the longer the 2023 season went on with Finlay Bean. When we first saw him play, he scored a lot of his runs. It was a bit sort of Alistair Cook-esque in that he square on both sides of the wicket. There was an area, and it seemed to be going through there. But last year, he did play down the ground a lot more, and that was more or less nailed as a straight drive for 4, wasn't it? Until Anuj Dahl bravely, in this cold weather, stuck his hand out to deflect it for the other fielders to reel in. So
that concludes that over. That's Yorkshire on to 30 after 9 overs. Yeah, I think as well, taking himself across to off stump lines him up with the ball and probably helps him hit a bit straighter down the ground. And on that occasion, Dahl did well to kind of save 2 runs. But if you beat the bowler and miss the stumps and miss the umpire, it races down the hill, doesn't it, for 4?
Yeah. So 3 slips and a gully, as well as a point. Big gap they're offering Adam Lyth through his favoured area through the covers there. So if Blair Tickner does stray widthwise, he might go. But that's a good enough delivery, straight enough to get him to just play it to David Lloyd, who is wideish at mid-off. Mighty Mariners, good morning to you. Says morning all, hoping for a Yorkshire win. Jonathan, did you think the Diamonds were going to lose on Wednesday after the 49th over? Well, of course, we were here covering the Diamonds' win against the Western Storm. The penultimate over was, I think, the most expensive of the match, and there would have had to have been a few nerves or 2 out there in the middle. 30 needed off 2 overs, and it was down to, I think I'm right in saying, 11 off the last. Fair bit of pace about that Blair Tickner delivery that was wide of Lyth's off stump. It felt like really the first one that he's properly pushed through, and it climbed on Brooke Guest on its way through. It will go down in the annals of cricketing history as a dot. 30 without loss.
Yeah, it certainly took off that one. I don't know if he's bowling a bit of cross seam. There's not a lot of shape out off the pitch or through the air from Tickner, but he's bowling gun barrel straight.
Here he is again. Lyth goes back foot, solidly blocks that, and it does just feel like he's up the ante in terms of pace this over. Sometimes it's like that with bowlers, isn't it? They want to try and feel the rhythm, get into a rhythm, get properly loose. He's into his 5th over here. It feels like there's a little bit more zip about it. Turns again, does those couple of steps running on the spot, and then comes in wide of Lyth's off stump, and he leaves. So to answer your question, Mighty Mariners, I wouldn't say I thought they were going to lose on Wednesday, but there were a few nervy moments after the second to last over, but they were down to the last wicket pair, of course, the Storm, and the pressure was on them really to try and find a boundary, and of course that was it. Cost them the final wicket. So it's been a good start for the Northern Diamonds. We're covering their match against the Blaze at Scarborough on Wednesday. Short ball here, that's a good short ball from Blair Tickner, and Adam Lyth, bit of limbo and falls over backwards getting underneath it. That was proper chin music, as the old West Indies fast bowlers used to say.
Yeah, he's warm now, isn't he? He's very much a shoulder bowler, is Tickner, but these last few deliveries have come through much sharper. He's extracted a bit of bounce out the surface, and just keeping Adam Lyth on his toes. Comes again short. Lyth will get that pull shot away if he can. He
was just a bit too hip height rather than a little bit shorter, and he's got a single for it. He's a fair old unit, isn't he, Blair Tickner? What's the tail of the tape say? 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", says Fletch. Yeah. That was, I think, his most impressive over so far. Not that he's been loose, because he's only gone for 13 in 5 overs, but it felt like an over where something might have happened for him.
Yeah, I think he's trying to aim at the pads and bowl as straight as possible. He's not getting a lot of shape, as I keep mentioning, but he just changed his tact a little bit to try and get something out of the surface through banging it in just back of a length, and he's certainly sharpened up the 2 batters for Yorkshire as Dahl's in for a new over, full and straight at Adam Lyth, and there's no run.
I wonder what chat there's been in the Yorkshire dressing room, bearing in mind last week with an absolutely stellar batting lineup, which they have again in this match. They were 159 all out in the first innings, so no batting points.
Dahl once again full and straight and handsomely driven through extra cover from Adam Lyth, and although there was a hand on it, it's not enough, and it sails into those advertising hoardings at the East Stand. 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total, 35 without loss. Lyth on to 22. Finley being the non-striker on 11.
So in terms of the chat, do you say, well, look, we've got a cracking side out on paper, let's double down and sort it out, or do you not say anything and just leave international players to go about the business and do the job?
Dahl once again, half a false shot from Adam Lyth there, playing a forward defensive, just comes off the outside half of the bat and goes to backward point for no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You bowl enough balls in good areas and bowl the friendly conditions, then you can bowl any team out, but Derbyshire have really got to make use of the overheads here, because I think the surface is very good here, as it has been for a while at Headingley, as Dahl is in once again, slightly on Lyth's pads as he bunts it up the ground to mid-on for no run. I just wonder with that cold temperature as well is just negating a little bit of that movement in the air, and doesn't seem to be a lot of lateral movement off the pitch. It's still 8 degrees outside. It's not really swing bowling temperatures, is it? Although Dahl can get the ball to move, and he's in now round the wicket, and he's full and straight on Adam Lyth's pads. It looks a little bit leg side, and the appeal is stifled.
He just fell over it a little bit. Richard Robinson and the ground staff are tuned in downstairs, so good morning to you guys. And he's just given us the nod that Harry Duke, his first catch for Essex on his loan spell, gone down there for a couple of weeks, was a stormer, he says. Well done, Dukey. Great lad, and what a great opportunity for him as well. Can't get in the first team here, but playing for Essex First Division cricket.
Dahl in once again, Lyth on the front foot, punching it to extra cover for no run. And that concludes another Dahl over. Yorkshire 35 without loss. Lyth on to 22, Bean on 11. We've got a 12th man, 13th player running on with a helmet. Is Tickner going to start banging it in, and we see a short leg perhaps?
Maybe. It's kind of feels very early to be going to those tactics, doesn't it? It's not a Kookaburra after 25 overs in beautiful batting conditions. You would think you'd want the ball still, or try to get the ball to be doing the work, but in saying that, I completely get your point about the ball not swinging in these conditions, because it's just way too early, isn't it? It's way too cold anyway for the time of year. It's probably about the right time to be starting a championship season, but not in these temperatures. 35 without loss then, 11 overs bowled, Tickner in, and again that definitely is up the ante pace-wise in these last couple of overs. That zipped through more to Brooke Guest's gloves. Finley Bean leaving. You'll have been watching the situation with regard to the women with interest in the last couple of weeks, no doubt.
Yeah, very much so. It seems to be the hot cricket news on every news feed at the moment.
In comes Tickner. It's wide of off stump. Finley Bean has a flash and is fortunate not to get a nick on that. Hasn't gone down, has it?
I think it has.
Has it?
The way,
oh dear.
The way that the bowler reacted, and now the way that Madsen is.
Oh yes. My eyesight. I need to go get sorted out, I think. Okay.
It was a kind of a half drive, half flash at the ball. It went quite quick, and it was a thin edge, but it went to the right hand of Wayne Madsen at first slip. And that 8 degrees temperature is not conducive for slip catching either, and it's finger breaking territory, I think, at the moment.
So Finley Bean has been put down twice after 6.4 and 11.2 overs. Went on 6 not out and 11. So he's got the cricketing gods on his side this morning. Must admit, when Brooke Guest stepped across, I thought it was his left glove that had gone for that, as opposed to Wayne Madsen. So some treatment for him. And Tickner ramping up the MPH at the moment. That's another good delivery, which draws Finley Bean into playing at it, playing a miss. So some tough times for Finley at the moment. Couple of edges and another one that was a near miss. Adam Lyth just wandering down, and Finley will appreciate that. He's gone on the record a few times as saying he loves batting with Adam Lyth, and just that nous that he's got from being out there facing so many deliveries opening the batting in red ball cricket down the decades. Tickner in, and that's more comfortably played by Finley Bean, running it to gully, no run.
It's brilliant though, isn't it? It's a legacy of this great club. You've got a very, very long-serving former international cricketer in Adam Lyth, and he's mid to late 30s still doing the business, and a young Yorkshireman coming in to partner him. But that's what the system should be about, isn't it? And it's what Yorkshire pride themselves on, in producing talent in this county.
Tickner to Bean, punches back to the bowler in his follow through, nicely picked up, no run. We're going to clip that up. Just say it again.
I forgot what I said now, Doige.
Lancastrian says, this great club.
Well, it is a great club. It's a huge club, isn't it? And you look at all the England players, male and female, that have represented the country over the years. Well, it doesn't matter what division we're in. Fletch chipping away at the background here, but yeah.
Final ball of the 12th, and Bean solidly defending that into the leg side. So he's survived a couple of chances, and will it be one of those days where he goes on and makes a big one? He's on 11. Lyth has twice as many as that, and the score is 35 without loss. So Dahl 3 overs for 12, and Tickner is bowling pretty well here without success. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. But as somebody, I mean, I've got to come back to you on that, as somebody who's been involved, you know, formerly as the regional director of women's cricket, what do you think to all that's gone on?
I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest. I mean, I'm a big believer cricket is a game for all, and women's cricket has got a big part to play in the commerciality and the visibility and the success of the game going forwards. I'm pretty surprised by some of the decisions around some of the counties, as Dahl's in once again and Lyth is forward in defence, no run. Yeah, I'm not surprised by the majority of the counties that got them. A little bit surprised that Yorkshire hasn't got one, given its size and the work it's done in the last 4 or 5 years, the Kia Super League era before that, around the women's game. So I'm pretty surprised at that. But Durham's a great county as well. It was good to work with Durham over the last 4 years, and I'm sure they'll do a great job as well. As Dahl's in once again, it's full and straight, looks leg side to me as it hits Lyth on the pad.
Looks pretty close to me, but we're not at a great angle here, but just the feeling of it was pretty close. We'll get the benefit of a Have another look for those who have got the pictures.
The way that Lythe kind of fell over it looked like it was leg side, but you're right, he's getting across his stumps. It was more adjacent than I let on, to be fair.
Yeah, I think in the end it's fair enough, because it's sort of hitting in middle and leg and the angle in as well. There's enough doubt.
Darlin once again, he's slightly back of a length this time, and Lythe gets in behind it and bunts it up to mid-wicket for no run.
You think about, he's bowling as wide as possible. He's nearly on the return crease. So you can see why Hassan Adnan has thought better of raising the index finger, or whichever finger it is that he chooses to raise when a batter is out.
Darlin once again from the Howard stand end. He's got Lythe to nick off again, and it's gone through first slip. Lythe's shaped to hit that through mid-wicket and almost got a leading edge that went behind him, and that flew between the keeper and first slip. And it's gone through for 4 more runs onto that Yorkshire total, and that's 3 catches down in 50 minutes for Derbyshire County Cricket Club.
Did anybody get a hand on it?
It went that quick then.
Don't think anyone did they? Oh yeah, he did. He's got a hand on it. Harry came at first slip.
39 for the loss of no wicket, Yorkshire, but it could have easily been 3. Anuj Dal getting the ball to talk from the Howard stand end as he's in once again to Adam Lythe, and this time Lythe plays a forward defensive to a full ball, and there's no run as the ball trickles up to mid off. David Lloyd, the Derbyshire captain, working on the ball there, number 46 on his back, thinking what could have been, winning the toss, putting the hosts in, and not taking their chances. Lythe tapping his bat once again as Dahl's in, bit fuller this time, and Lythe drives the ball up the ground, and Dahl fields off his own bowling. That concludes another over from Anuj Dahl. Yorkshire are 39 without loss.
I always think what might have been when I see Fletch, because I applied for the job as the BBC Derbyshire commentator when he got it. I didn't even get a reply. And I look at Fletch, I look at where Derbyshire are in world cricket, and I think what might have been.
Well, you'd have been in the doldrums of second division cricket, as
the wilderness of the second division. Is that right?
As our colleague once coined. Was it wilderness? I thought it was the doldrums. I beg your pardon.
Not even the courtesy of a reply.
Well, what are your thoughts, Jonathan? Just going back to the women's.
Well, as I said when Jane Powell came on commentary with me on Wednesday, it is a nonsensical decision. Yeah. I cannot see any way, from any angle, why they wouldn't be included. As Tickner comes in here to bowl to Finlay Bean, who shoulders arms. I mean, the whole structure of the women's game in the county, everything's in place. You know all about that. Yeah. The number of teams here, so there's a real, there's a solid base to it from which you're building. The history of women's cricket in the county in terms of the number of times that they've won the championship, and then you're talking about players who are in and around the England setup as well. Lovely shot from Finlay Bean. He'll feel a lot better about life after that one. Blair Tickner, he's bowling well here. He just strayed a little bit too leg stumpish with that delivery that he threw right off the pitch, and Finlay has leant on it wide of mid-on for 4 runs, but he's had a bit of a torrid time, and Blair Tickner will be walking back at this moment in time. You can imagine massive frustration. 6.2 overs, 1 for 17. Could certainly have had 1 wicket, and he's asked some serious questions here at times, but so far it hasn't gone his way. He's just got to keep his discipline if he wants to get in and among. It's 43 without loss, and Tickner is in again, and this time overcompensates really. It's too wide of off stump to draw Bean into playing a shot at it. So yeah, nonsensical. No, really don't get it, and I'm not sure anybody that I've spoken to here at Yorkshire County Cricket Club does either.
No, I was surprised that it wasn't the 8 lead counties that have led those 8 regions, and then the next rung of counties come in over time as they grow the game.
Tickner is in. That's pushed back this time by Finley Bean.
But Durham, I've worked with Durham for 4 years. Durham will do a really good job. I've no doubt about that. Marcus North, Tim Bostock, Rachel Hopkins, they'll do a really good job up there. And hopefully Yorkshire can continue to produce talent in the 2 years that they're ultimately playing second division, tier 2 cricket, whatever that looks like.
If they are. And I noticed that ECB's statement said, it used the words by 2027, not in 2027. Tickner, with the effort ball there, really put his back into it, but sadly for him, dragged it down, and it was of no consequence to Finley Bean. So yeah, by 2027 doesn't look like in 2027, does it?
No.
So there might be a route back in. We shall see. But certainly, you know, just speaking to Jane and then the 2 of the girls, clearly you feel for the girls as well, for the livelihoods of the squad, as Tickner's latest delivery is driven down the ground by Finley Bean. It almost feels like it's gathering pace as it gets towards the boundary, and there's a slip as it was picked up there. Is he giving himself up as calling that a 4? Did his foot touch the rope, or is he okay? I think we're sticking on 3 by the looks of things to complete the over. So Finley Bean on 18, Lyth 26, 46 without loss after 14. We just got a miss that, unfortunately.
Yeah, he just slipped. Oh, he did touch the...
So it's 4 runs.
Was it giving us 4 runs?
No, but it is 4 runs. So that may be adjusted on the board, and if it is, Finley Bean, as the man who played the shot, should be standing at the Howard stand end at this point, shouldn't he?
He should be. Dahl's in now. To Finley Bean, hitting on the pads, and he's been given out LBW. Bean is going to have to be dragged off, I think. He stared down the umpire there. It looked leg side to me, but he's getting a hell of a lot across his stump, so that was probably more adjacent than it looks from the angle that we're looking at it. I'm just looking at a second replay now, and you can actually see middle and leg stump as the ball hits him in line, and I think that's probably a fair decision by the umpire, and Finley Bean has to depart for 18. Yorkshire are 46 for 1.
The obvious disappointment of being out, but when he realises that it was Pat Brown who put his foot on the rope, he should have had 4 the ball before, and he should have been at the other end, and that should have been Adam Lyth's delivery to face. He will be spitting chips, I think the expression may be, or words to that effect. But we're looking at it again. Pat Brown, this is the last ball of the previous over, turns to throw. He puts his foot on the rope. Now, as far as I understand the rules, that, James Carr, is 4 runs. Finley Bean should have been at the Howard stand end, and Adam Lyth should have been on strike for that first delivery of Anuj Dahl's over. Am I right?
Well, it looks like 4. It looks like he stands on the rope, albeit a very light touch. I'm not going to question Pat Brown's integrity. I can only assume that he didn't think that he stood on the rope, but he certainly didn't signal that it was 4, like the kind of behaviour that fielders do in cricket. But the umpires have took the non-signal from Pat Brown. It was given us 3 runs, and it should have been 4. And as you say, the batter should have been at the opposite ends. We've got another left-hander coming in now, in captain Shan Masood, the Pakistani international. He's going to face up to Anuj Dahl. Dahl, the one bowler who's got a bit of lateral movement, more so through the air, but a little bit off the pitch as well. I think he's trying to drag the left-handers across the stumps to the offside, shaping it away, and then he's got that one that goes straight on. And if you don't get your bat down in time, he's going to hit, as he did with Finley Bean. Masood just taking his guard, scratching away. double checking it. Now stepping away for a little stretch. Sadal from the Howard stand end, round the wicket to Shan Masood. That's full of a length, and Masood stands tall and just plays with a straight bat for no run. 46 for 1 Yorkshire. You're listening to James Carr and Jonathan Doidge on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Derby, where the sun's come out at Headingley. Glorious in LS6. Dahl once again around the wicket. Similar ball to the one before. Masood just stands tall. Nice straight bat, plays it late. Just bunts it up the ground. There's no run once again. Bit of a hum around Headingley now. People are coming alive. People are coming to see some cricket.
Feels like things are improving aerially to some extent, at least, as well.
Dahl once again to Masood, who plays this late and just runs it down through the slip cord. He's going to get 4 runs for it in front of that north-western area of the ground, taking Yorkshire to 50 for 1. I think that was deliberate. He does induce the shot, does Dahl, as he shapes it away, but he plays it very, very late and plays it down to Shan Masood.
Yeah, I think late and soft hands is the key, and it's a shot he does play a reasonable amount. I'm sure it's a shot Derbyshire fans became accustomed to as well in his time with the club.
He doesn't leave many balls, does Shan Masood. I think it's a bit of an instruction from the way that Pakistan are playing their cricket. As Dahl is in once again, and he fiddles at this one, does Shan Masood. It keeps a little bit low. There's no edge. It goes straight through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, a bit like the Ben Duckett way of playing. He doesn't leave many balls, so he will nick off the odd ball. He will slash at the odd ball, but he'll also profit from that as well when he plays it very deft and late like he did the previous ball. Anuj Dahl around the wicket to Masood again. A bit fuller and straighter this time, and Masood climbs into that one. Beautiful on drive up to the Howard stand end. Yorkshire move on to 54 for 1, and that's the end of another Anuj Dahl over.
So it's going to be Blair Tickner to continue. No, it's not. Zach Chappell looks like he's taking his cap off to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Lyth on 26, Masood on 8. 15 overs bowled in the first hour and 3 minutes of play. Yorkshire are 54 for 1. Fletch is back, and he'll continue with James Carr.
Yeah, I bet you all thought I'd gone home, didn't you? I'm still here. I'm just sitting at the back of the box trying to work out what Derbyshire have to do. Well, I know what they have to do. They have to catch them. And how long Wayne Madsen will be off. I'm sure they're beavering away trying to find out the extent of Wayne Madsen's finger injury that he sustained when he dropped Finlay Bean off Blair Tickner when Bean was on 11. Twice he was dropped. They dropped Marcus Harris twice, and he went on to make 214 last this year. So that was relatively expensive. The second time he was dropped, he was only on 26. Here's Zach Chappell then from the Kirkstall Lane end here at Headingley. Bowls to Lyth, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. How are you, James?
Very well. How are you, Fletch?
Yeah, good. Apart from that's in the first half hour, 35 minutes against Leicestershire, there were 3 dropped slip catches, including Manson and an Aaron Donald. And in the first hour here, less than an hour, 3 more dropped slip catches. And I know, you're right, it's very cold out there and it can't be very pleasant, but anyway, let's hope things improve in that department as we go on. I know Mickey Arthur was very disappointed with that when I spoke to him on Monday, as Chappell is in and bowls to Lyth, who pushes that one out into the offside, fielded by Alex Thompson, and there's no run. So I think Yorkshire will be relatively pleased at 54 for 1 after an hour or so, won't they?
Well, absolutely, yeah. Especially when, I don't know what Yorkshire would have done if they'd won the toss, but the surface is so good here, Fletch. We saw it in the white ball game with the ladies the other day. 500 runs scored in the day, and It's such a really good surface. It's got to be overheads to get something out of this pitch.
Chappell is in again at balls to light. Clips this one off his pads into the leg side, out towards Pat Brown on the mid-wicket boundary, and they jog through for a comfortable single. Lyth moves to 27, 55 for one now, Yorkshire.
We haven't seen masses of movement really through the air off the pitch, have we?
No, not a lot.
The pitch looks like it's got some moisture in it. The footholds and the footmarks are slightly dark, which suggests there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, but you would expect that in April.
I don't think there was any rain. Georgie was saying before, I don't think there was any rain overnight, but certainly last night when I arrived, I'm in the hotel on the ground, I looked out of the window and they had it fully covered. I mean, the entire square was, whether they were expecting it or that's just what they normally do, I don't know. But the whole square was under wraps last night once the players had finished their practice. Zach Chappell to Shan Masood. He's around the wicket and bowls to the former Derbyshire player, and it's pushed back to him.
The last time we covered a game together, Masood was playing for Derbyshire, and he got a panful, didn't he, against Hampshire. It was an absolute run fest. Beautiful early April. We had really nice weather in April.
Was it not Sussex?
Sorry, beg your pardon, it was Sussex, yeah.
Well, 3 players got double centuries in
right,
that match. Yes, and it was April. It was this last year, 2 years ago. Chappell bowls. That's driven beautifully by Masood. That'll be 4. Just to the onside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Straight back. Up the ground, if you like, but down the ground. 59 for 1. Masood moves on to 12. Yes, a fascinating game from a statistical point of view. An absolute bore fest as far as the contest was concerned. Haynes and was it Pujara?
Yeah, Pujara got runs, didn't he?
Yeah, got double centuries. 3 in one match. Only happened 11 times in first class cricket. Almost happened again in Middlesex's first or second game of the season. Second, possibly. As in comes Chappell and bowls to Masood, who covers up, pushes it up to mid-off. It was a game at Northampton, wasn't it? And the last day was rained off with Lewis Deploy. Would have been the 3rd double centurion who played in the previous game, of course, at Derby. He was left stranded on 194 not out. You had to chuckle. You had to chuckle.
You'd take it at the beginning of a game, wouldn't you?
I think
to be
so.
194
Yes,
not out.
I think so. It didn't do your averages any harm at all, does it, that early in the season?
Not at all. 94 not out, perhaps. That would be a bit more frustrating.
Yes.
I remember Mike Atherton once calling in a Graham Hick in the 90s not
99,
out.
Wasn't he?
I'm not sure how many it was, but it was it wasn't far off 3 figures. Anuj Dal's going to continue then. Yorkshire 59 for 1. Dal is in around the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms and lets this one go through to the wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. I said it to Doige before. I really like Anuj Dal as a cricketer. You know, good fielder, offers some elegant batting down the order, lower middle order, and real nice rhythm. Change bowler, gets shape.
Had a brilliant season 2 seasons ago with the bat as well.
Dal round the wicket once again to Adam Lyth. Oh, that was zoned in on the pads, and Lyth just gets his bat down it, and he manages to squeeze the ball between extra cover and mid-off, and he gets through for a run. You'll see lots of quick singles between these two. There was good telepathy. You could see the developing opening partnership, the telepathy, the way they ran, the way they chatted to each other, and you'll see more of that now with Shan Masood at the crease and the experience, international experience he brings as well. Just means that Yorkshire clock keeps ticking along. 60 for 1 now. It's 9 minutes past 12. The run rate's 3.67, which is not a slouch in red ball cricket, as Dal is in full and straight, and Masood drives straight, and one bounce and a fielded off his own bowling.
Shan Masood batted a bit with Billy Godwin when he was down at Derbyshire as well, so it'll be used to, if he does bat with anybody jittery, he'll be okay. But I always thought Billy looked very difficult to bat with.
Dal round the wicket to Masood. He's hit him on the pads. The umpire's not interested. Dahl is on his knees and his head in his hands.
Was there a bat involved? It just sounded like there might have been bat involved, but he's got his back to us, so we'd have to wait for a replay, which we'll get on this on the giant. It's like a jumbotron. It's huge. This television that's next to us. It's ridiculously large. Decent.
It looked adjacent once again. It hit him on the knee roll.
Decent.
There is carry in this pitch, and that's the thing that I can't quite work out. Is the ball not taking off, but is it going through and going over, or is it kind of flatlining and hitting into the stumps? As Dahl is in once again, full and straight to Sham Masood, who's equal in defence and plays it straight up the ground to the skipper at mid-off for no run. Dahl's not as tall a gent as Blair Tickner.
It should skid through a bit more, shouldn't it, with nudge, but I'm sure he'll have bowled to Sham Masood during his season with Derbyshire before the bright lights lured him north.
Dahl once again into Sham Masood and gets it to shape away a little bit, and Masood drives on the up, but he doesn't quite get the contact he'd like, and it's no run. That concludes another over from Anuj Dahl. He's getting through them now. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Yorkshire are 60 for 1. As the clock flicks past 11 minutes past 12.
David Lloyd, the Derbyshire skipper, just asking Hassan Adnan, the umpire standing at the football stand end, just why that wasn't out. He'll have given him a reason. He's a good man, is Hass. He was at Derby last Saturday or Sunday. Came down to see Ian Herbert. He wasn't standing last week. Ian Herbert was the match referee in the Leicestershire game.
Where we're sat at this very fine leg when we call it from that end.
Chappell bowls, and that struck him in the pad as a big appeal. I don't think that Zach Chappell was fully committed to that. He was running backwards with his arms spread, but not out, says umpire Saggers.
Yeah, I'll try and explain myself a bit better. When Dahl bowls from the top end at the Howard stand, and we're at a very, very fine leg, aren't we? And for anyone listening on the radio, we could be saying anything and they'll believe us, but when you watch the stream, the batters get right across their stumps. So balls that look leg side and the way that the batters are shaping, they're actually much more adjacent and straight than perhaps we're calling them.
There is Chappell again in and bowls to Lyth, who guides this to point where it's fielded by Anuj Dahl, and there is no run. Zach Chappell didn't get a wicket at Glamorgan. Didn't play against Leicestershire, and obviously nobody played against Gloucestershire, so he's looking for his first wicket of the season. Zach Chappell. The
Gloucestershire game was at home, is that right? What did you do for 4 days?
Well, we went to the ground and then went home. Here's Chappell bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Lyth. There's nothing worse. There was everybody knew. I think pretty much everybody. I mean, the outfield was completely saturated. They tried all sorts in the build-up to the game, but there's nothing they could do. The ground staff, Neil Godrich and the rest of his team, couldn't even get the blotter on because the blotter was churning it up and turning it into mud. I mean, it was. We walked out onto the outfield pretty much every day once we'd asked Neil for permission, and it was terrible. Here is Chappell around the wicket bowling to Lyth, who guides this to point when it's fielded by Dahl, and there's no run. They've done a lot of remedial work in between the Gloucestershire game and the Leicestershire game, and Neil Godrich put a couple of pictures up on social media on the Monday before the Leicestershire game, and it looked like you'd never play there again. And during the game you could see the sand that they'd put into the ground bouncing up when the ball was bobbing along the surface. I don't quite know what it did to the ball, but it just hasn't stopped raining. They don't have the advantage of the drainage of the test grounds, which cost a few quid. 2 slips in a gully now for Chappell, who bowls to Lyth, who defends it straight back to the bowler. He picks up himself and hands it off to Pat Brown to do some polishing. Zach joined us last week on day 1. He's always good value, Zach Chappell. Just joined us for half an hour or so.
I was reading up on him before. He's the oldest 27-year-old I've ever seen, and he's a well put together gent, you know. But that blonde beard almost looks like a grey beard. He looks older than what his years are.
Bowls that like to leaves this one alone outside the off stump. I think hair loss is a terrible affliction, and as a sufferer, and yeah, that makes you look a bit older. Sorry, I just hesitated there because Samit Patel in whites is on the field for Derbyshire, but he has got the gilet on as well, so he's obviously just coming to retrieve some helmets, I think. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And he gives Harry Kame a pat on the shoulder as well. But Samit Patel in whites for Derbyshire for the first time in history. Who'd have thought we would ever have seen that? I can't imagine that he's going to be wanting to do too many 12-man fielding duties over the course of the next couple of days. Good to see. He'll be the red ball skipper. Derbyshire have high hopes in the T20.
Anuj Dal in to start another over to Shan Masood, who's tall and straight and late in defence, and there's no run taken. Yorkshire 60 for 1. Dal into his 7th over now. Dal the only wicket taker so far, although there's been chances from both ends and catches grasped in the slip cordon from both ends as Dal is in, and he's got Masood to play a bit of a false shot there, turned him inside out, but the class of Masood's been able to run that down to third man for 4 more runs, and that just keeps the Yorkshire scoreboard ticking along. 64 for 1. Dal will be frustrated with that one. He's been very tight.
It dropped short again, didn't it? It did. And I have a recollection, having seen him bat for forever and ever and ever a couple of Aprils ago, that he does play that shot a lot.
Doesn't quite look natural the way he squares himself up, but his hand, he plays it so late, doesn't he, and runs it down as Dal is in around the wicket again. This time he's too straight on the pads of Masood, and he just glances that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs. 2 boundaries in a row for the Pakistan international. Yorkshire move on to 68 for 1. Masood on to 20, and he's making light work, Shan Masood, since he came to the crease. Just 15 balls faced, 5 boundaries already. He doesn't leave many balls.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He's always looking to score. He's always looking to throw the first punch. And I suppose the danger for Dal is the nature of his ball. He makes batters play, but you can leak the runs as well. As Dal's in once again, and he's hit Masood on the pad. Looks outside the line and a little bit high, and the appeal was stifled pretty quickly.
See if we can get any news on Wayne Madson's finger. He did break a finger towards the end of last season fielding in the slips that finished his season off. You'd hope it wasn't the same one, certainly. I don't know how these things work, having not suffered too many sporting injuries, surprisingly, during my life.
Dal once again to Shan Masood. He's too straight again. This time it goes behind square, and it's tickled down to a very fine leg for 4 more runs. That's the 3rd boundary to Shan Masood in this Anuj Dal over. And Dal, who I'd said had been keeping it tight so far and making things happen, has just started to leak some runs in this over, and it's just starting to spoil his figures in this first spell. Yorkshire are 72 for 1 now.
At the moment, Derbyshire have got 2 bowlers bowling, neither of whom, well, obviously Dal's got 1 now, but neither of whom came into the game with a wicket this season. I'm sure that kind of thing doesn't worry them too much. But 3 or 4 games in, it must start to play on your mind a little bit.
It doesn't play on my mind. I'm more worried if I'm bowling, never mind taking wickets, Fletch. Dal on his way once again to try and get out of this over, and he's short and wide, and it's cut away just in front of square from Shan Masood, and make that 4 boundaries in the over. 76 for 1. Masood on to 28, just 18 balls faced, 7 boundaries in those 18 balls, Fletch. And he's caught up with Adam Lyth, who's also on 28, off 58 balls.
It does help if you get 16 off and over, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It does help. That might be the end of Anuj Dal. It was his 7th over.
Yeah.
1 for 41. His figures in those 7 overs, so a little expensive, going at nearly 6 and over. Zach Chappell to continue. Nick Buxton's been on. I've got a couple of emails actually. I'll get onto yours in a moment, Alexander. Nick says, I know they say catches win matches, but we're not interested in winning matches as we're going to draw our way to promotion. So it doesn't matter that none of our players can catch a cold. Yeah, it's starting to look that way. First ball of a new over is turned into the leg side by Lyth. He's only going to get one for it. Blair Tickner, who's been a shining light in the first couple of matches that have been played, does the fielding, keeps them down to a single, and now Lewis Rees is starting to just flex his shoulders at Gully, so he might be the man to replace Anuj Dal at some time soon. You'd have thought the next over, he may well do it. I'm just going to try and find your message, Alexander. I will find it. I've read it. Here comes Chappell again and bowls. That one is driven gloriously by Masood, rather, for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary. It's slowing up a little, but the fielders were nowhere near it. Another fine shot from the Pakistan Test skipper. I assume he is still nothing happened overnight, but anything can happen in Pakistan, can't it? Skippers coming and going. But the last time I looked, he was the Pakistan Test skipper.
Well,
which is what he wanted to do. I mean, his move to Yorkshire, other than being, I'm sure, financially very lucrative, we were told that was partly down to being told he really needed to play at a Test ground if he wanted to be back in the Test team. Well, he's now the Test skipper. The last 2 Derbyshire skippers have both left to go to Test grounds. As Chappell is in again, and that's defended by Masood back towards him.
Well, you can't see how he's not going to be at least in the side in the 11 when he's playing such elegant shots.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Beautiful balance as well to the way he plays.
And one of the nicest men you could wish to meet. Genuinely. A beautiful human being, Sham Masood. Not that gets you anywhere in life, but...
You sound like Brendan Rodgers then.
Here comes Chappell. It's driven straight, hits the stumps. It was that straight. It ended up putting Lyth on his back, but it's gone for 4. That's how hard he hit it. I think it went through the stumps. All bales everywhere, stumps all crooked. And that was a glorious shot by Sham Masood, who really does look in the mood. My word, he hit that hard. A bit like one we saw earlier. I think you were on comms when Dahl got his hand to the ball and it still went for 4 runs. That one was just going uphill. It's nowhere near as big a hill as it used to be by any manner of means at Headingley. But that was a fine shot from Sham Masood.
Yeah, it was gun barrel straight, went between the stumps, went over the advertising on the ground, which is where the bowler starts his run up from. Martin Saggers just got out the way of that.
And Lyth ended up on his backside. Absolute chaos out there as Chappell's in again around the wicket, and he's beaten Masood. Has he taken the edge? Well, there's a half-hearted appeal. I think he would have been running through, leaping in the air, Zach Chappell, had he really thought that had taken the edge. As it was, he sort of turned around and just a polite inquiry to umpire Saggers. He knew, Zach Chappell, who, again, like a lot of cricketers, as we watch a replay of that one, it wasn't far away from the edge of the bat. I think we can safely, blimey, that was a good delivery. On the field, looks all nasty and snarling. Off the field, nice as pie. Zach Chappell, he's in again and bowls to Masood, who drives, and that's brilliant. No, it isn't brilliantly stopped by Lewis Rees. I thought he'd got his hand on it. It's actually gone down through the gully, on the floor, down to the boundary for 4 runs. I was convinced he'd got a touch on that one, but no. It was to his left, which is the right hand for the left-handed Lewis Rees, if you get what I'm talking about. I tell you who else is warming up as well now. Alex Thompson, who's got 16 wickets with his off-spin. He took not 16. What am I talking about? 13. He took 12 in the first game that Derbyshire played. In fact, he's the man who's going to replace Anuj Dal. So some off-spin from the football stand end. It'd be interesting to see how 2 set batters in Lyth on 29 and Masood on 40 go about, Alex? Thompson at 89 for 1.
I think this ploy could just purely be because there's two left-handers as well, which is always enjoyable for an off-spinner to come round the wicket and take the ball away from the left-handers. I can't see there being too much turn. There's not been much seam off the pitch, so I can't see there being too much prodigious spin at this stage of the game. At just 25 past 12 on day one on the fresh deck at Headingley.
Thompson got one to turn square before lunch at Sophia Gardens.
Right.
And we all nearly fell off our chairs. He went on to get 7 wickets in the first innings, but then it flattened out completely. So
it's a different climate in Wales, though, down there,
absolutely.
isn't it? It's like Mumbai, isn't it, in October?
Didn't feel like that in the evening when we were wandering around the city streets. What a great city that is. Alexander in America enjoying the match, woke up early to watch the feed. He's been listening to some cricket podcasts, a very dangerous thing to do, Alexander, if you don't mind me saying. New Women's County Championship League, Men's County Championship being contracted. They haven't settled on that at all yet, but don't hold your breath for it not to happen. Too cold for players and supporters in April, too much cricket in a short period of time. This is what he's heard on podcasts. We'll get back to that. We might have to wait until the end of the over, though.
So Jordan Thompson, the new bowler from the Howard stand end, right arm off spin, around the wicket to left-handed Adam Lyth. It's full and straight, and Lyth just drops his bat on that one on the front foot for no run. Anush Dal doing the fielding there. An extra cover, mid-off and mid-on, a little bit deeper, not quite under the shadows of the Howard stand end, in as Thompson's in. And we had a turn there, Fletch.
He's giving it wide.
He dug it in, and it did rip, to be fair, and as you say, it was...
His fingers will be cold, I imagine, won't they?
Very wide.
Reese is continuing to warm up.
Thompson once again. Radar straighter this time, and Lyth just playing with a straight bat into the leg side for no run. He's a big tall chap, is Jordan Thompson, isn't he? Gets the ball to bite and spit a little bit if the surface is right for him from that height as he's in once again. And there is some turn, so I know nothing about this surface, having worked here for 4 years.
Alex Thompson getting prodigious turn on day one again. We're in for another thriller.
Lyth actually left that, kind of pitched on and around off stump. He left that and it spun away from his stump. So. And just outside off stump, looking at the replay as Thompson's in once again, and Lyth plays this one deftly and runs it down to backward point. There's no run. Who's at a backward point, Fletch? I can't see his number.
Looks like Tickner.
Tickner, the Kiwi. Got a story about Tickner later on if we get to see him bowl again before lunch, as Thompson's in, misses his length this time, and Lyth plays off the back foot and goes out to that boundary rider on the cover point region in front of the east stand.
It looked like Tickner, but it's actually Mitch Wagstaff, the substitute fielder. Yeah, sorry, I misled you.
I haven't got a story about him, I'm afraid.
I've got some interesting news of Samit Patel. He's in whites with no bib on, and it looks like he's about to come on and field for Derbyshire in a Wayne Madsen sweater.
He looks freezing as well.
He doesn't look happy. Doesn't look happy, does he?
Thompson in once again. He's straight, and Lyth plays. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Masood plays it off the back foot, and the oohs and ahs, because Derbyshire taking a little bit of umbrage that he played that so late off the back foot, but it was a dot ball nevertheless. That's the end of Thompson's first over. 2 off it. Yorkshire are 91 for 1, approaching the half-12 mark, and we have got. Who's going off there, Fletch? Anush Dal's going off.
It might be changing his beat. He's just finished his spell, hasn't he, of 7 overs. So he's been replaced by Samit Patel, who is on the field at mid-on at the moment, but he might be moving from there. Lewis Reese is going to come on. Alexander, just to finish, he said, I don't understand how people sit in the cold to watch football or rugby. How can it be too much cricket when football has so many cup tournaments and so many divisions? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, but they tell me we play too much cricket, so... that's what the experts think. I just describe what I see, really. I am in no way an expert.
See what you see.
In anything I do, Dodgy. Anything I do. So we are going to see a left arm option Derbyshire's only left arm option, other than, of course,
the other left arm.
the other left arm option. No, that didn't make much sense. Jack Morley, but he's not in the 11, so whether he'll go back to Nottingham, whether the second team, he played in the second team first 2 days of that match. Was it the first 3 days? Anyway, he was here this morning because I saw him doing some slip catching, ironically enough. He seemed to catch most of them.
Is this me or you?
You can have it if you want.
Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket to Adam Lyth, who pushes back to him now, Ron.
You'll be listening to cues and stuff. Is it, what, 12:35?
12:45.
Oh, 12:45.
So I don't want to put them in yet.
No. They're painful.
They are, again, with the cans crushing it.
It's no good at all.
No, we are referring to my typical iPhone, bog standard headset.
Now that you've said iPhone, you can say what you want now.
Other makes of mobile phone
Desperately try not to say iPhone and headphones.
are available. Rees in, he's given that chance to swing, and I think it did a little bit, but Adam Lyth's got over the top of it and driven it square for a single. Still feels like good aerial conditions for bowling, and of course it is, and should have been 3 or 4 down really, but not the case, just the one with 92 on the board. And Shan Masood, who you raved about on off-air telephone conversations a couple of seasons ago, you were right really. When he gets going,
yeah, absolutely glorious.
He's quality,
glorious.
And he scores quickly, and he's doing just that. It's not often Adam Lyth gets outscored. He's been in a fair bit longer than Shan, but he's gone. He's gone. They've finally taken a catch at slip. And Aaron Donald, who put one down earlier in the day, Finlay Bean benefiting on that occasion, but Shan Masood has gone for 40. And Lewis Rees, as I mentioned, just getting the ball to swing, felt like he had done a little bit earlier in the over, and does so again. And Masood 40 in 33 minutes, 25 deliveries, and all 40 of them scored in boundaries, 92 for 2.
Decent catch that, considering what's gone down. It was a really good catch. It makes you wonder why the others... Anyway, we'll not go there. We've been there. They've dropped 3 catches in the first hour of each of the last 2 matches, and they will be delighted to see the back of Shan Masood. 91 for 1. It's still 91 for 2, I beg your pardon. It's still Yorkshire's morning, but another couple of wickets before lunch, and Derbyshire will feel that they've sort of got it back on track. As it don't get any easier though, does it? Look, it's Joe Root, local hero. Listen to that applause for Joe Root.
It's one of those things that when you win the toss and stick the opposition in, especially when you've got conditions that are fairly prime,
you want 3, don't you?
You want a minimum, I think, 3
minimum.
or 4.
Yeah, no question.
You think, okay, that justifies it. Any more than that, and you're saying, yeah, great toss to win. But 92 for 2 is a reasonably quick rate, 4.28 in the early part of the match, as Fletch says.
Yeah, they've got it wrong on my scoreboard. He got 10 fours. According to this, I think my scoreboard here has gone haywire. He didn't run a single. But they've got the wrong person out here anyway. On the site that I'm looking at.
Who's out?
Well, it says Lyth on my, but it's not, is it? Because Lyth's there, look, leaning on his bat.
And Joe Root's not going to be playing at the would-be delivery of Lewis Rees because he's not released the ball.
And it is 10 fours.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I think I did.
Sorry, mate.
All
of
which came in boundaries, I think was my expression.
Which would have told me that it was 10 fours. You're absolutely right. I should have been listening, and I apologise unreservedly. Who are you?
You wouldn't be the only commentator who doesn't listen.
I try.
Anyway, here's Rees, who throws Joe Root a wide one. Cheeky. Very cheeky. But Joe, not for playing at that. Joe was across the way at the what was it called? The celebration of Caribbean cricket and culture last night.
Oh yeah.
in the Howard Stand, which I was privileged to be able to host. It was a fantastic night, and Joe and Adam Lythe and Otis Gibson were around the one of the Yorkshire staff tables. Colin Graves and Jane Powell also there. As Rees is in, and that is pushed back down the pitch by Root, and there is no run.
Good night.
It was a great night. I mean, just, you know, we obviously enjoy what we do, but to be able to speak to those four, Richie Richardson, former player here, of course, a couple of seasons in the early 90s, and 5,000 and odd, nearly 6,000 test runs. Another dot ball pushed out into the offside there by Root to complete the 22nd over at 92 for 2. Sir Curtly Ambrose, I mean, what a bowler. You had to hide behind the sofa as an England fan watching him, didn't you? And I pretty much said that to him last night. Sir Andy Roberts,
He was no slouch.
fearsome, wasn't he? And he still is. When I asked him about fishing, because there was a tourism element to it as well, that's the reason why they were doing it, and I said, you know, where's the best place to go fishing? He said, I don't want to go fishing with you, I want to go scuba diving in that way. He said it,
Yeah, don't do accents.
in that sort of, that lovely laid-back way. And I said, he's quite nice actually, isn't he, everybody? You know, it's not really like the guy who used to terrorise opponents. And then, of course, I think anybody it's just a joy to speak to somebody like Viv Richards, one of the all-time great players. Fantastic night.
Speaking of anglers, is Alex Thompson bowling his first delivery of a new over from the football stand end. He's got fish, pictures of fish all over his thigh pads when he bats. Alex Thompson, a huge angler. 6'5" angler, in actual fact. He's in again to bowl to Lythe. This time Lythe just takes a step into the leg side and guides it out towards cover. They come through for a single as Pat Brown with his rocket arm hurls the ball in. Root moves on. Lythe moves on to 32. Root comes on to strike. He's faced just 3 deliveries so far. The former England skipper marks his guard. The first right-hander that Derbyshire have had to bowl at today. Oh, and Thompson loses his run-up somehow. I'm never quite sure how that works. He's in and bowls to Root, who turns this nicely into the leg side. They'll pick up another single. He's not going to be too phased, I wouldn't have thought, by Alex Thompson. Joe Root might be a little surprised to see spin this early and as much, rather than just the obligatory 1 over before lunch. With his incredibly severe haircut, he bowls to Lythe, who turns this backward to square on the leg side. A huge cry of no. Lewis Rees jogs around to do the fielding. Again, there's no run. 94 for 2 it remains. Thompson around the wicket. Pushes that one through a little quicker. Lythe pushes it out to the offside. Again, it's Pat Brown who does the fielding. Single taken. 95 for 2 as Lythe moves on to 33.
And at this juncture, I'd like to point out that I'm going to now need to do a Leeds update, which I wasn't previously aware of in the next few minutes before the York one.
Punch me when you need me to stop, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Root. They scamper through for a single. Just back of the square on the leg side. That one ended the over. Yorkshire have moved on to 96 for 2. With 4 runs off that one. Root took 2 of them. Lythe took a couple as well to move to 33. So you can't see the big television screen because I would point to it when I'm on screen here at the moment. The big screen is there. Massive it is. It's bigger than the one in my lounge. I think it would fit in the boot of my car, though. Just about. It's got a little pen on it as well. I've no idea why there's a pen on it. There's a little pen on it, look. There you go. I can't get the pen back. Reese's first ball of a new over. Clipped into the leg side by Joe Root, but Pat Brown's there at mid-wicket to do the fielding. A couple of slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. We were on the flight path last night as well. It terrified the life out of me. I had the bedroom window up because someone had left the radiator on throughout the course of yesterday. It was quite pleasant sunshine-wise yesterday. When I walked into the room, when we'd been out for a while, we were quite early, and I opened the door and was nearly blinded by the sunshine coming through the window as Rees' ball strikes the pad of Root. Might have been a little inside edge. No idea what I've said there. I can't hear myself talk at the moment.
Hi Darren at Radio Leeds, it's Jonathan Deutsch here on commentary live from Headingley.
A bit of production on there. Do you want me to shut up yet?
Probably at about 12:50 if they come to me on time, Darren.
Excellent. It's Lewis Rees on his way in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Root.
I don't think that worked awfully well, do you?
Well, I think we got our message across. What you did. Root comes back for a second as well, and the Yorkshire 100 is up. Is it? No, it's not. They moved on to 98. How did they get those 2 runs onto the scoreboard? It was a rapturous round of applause for the 100, but they'd already put the 2 runs on, so we'll save that for later, and I won't have to repeat it. 98 for 2 now. No, you keep talking to anybody you want. Not quite a lottery that each club gets an England national player, Alexander. They produce them, and then they go on to play for England, which is why Derbyshire don't have one at the moment, and Yorkshire have several. There's Rees in and ball. He's fishing for that one outside the off stump. Is Joe Root just moved away a little bit? Bowling nicely here. Lewis Rees only in his second over, 1 for 3. His figures, having got rid of Shan Masood. 98 for 2 it remains. It's so... It doesn't make any sense to the eyes and the brain because it looks really pleasant out there. I know it's not. And therefore you would expect the ball to do something. As Rees is in again, they're just going through the Channel Islands down below us. That one is pushed up to mid-off by Root. It's fielded by Chappell. So Alexander started that email by saying he was praying for Derbyshire because they're facing Joe Root. Is it a lottery that each county, he's in America by the way, that each county gets a national team player now? No, it's not a lottery, sadly. Yorkshire have a very high percentage. There are a number of players, of course, not playing in red ball cricket at the moment for Yorkshire, who are internationals. That one beats Root again. This is terrific stuff from Lewis Rees, who looks a little crestfallen at the end of his follow-through, but he shouldn't be. That was a good over. Comes to an end with Yorkshire on 98 for 2, live 33, Root 4. And the next voice you hear will be that of Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, who's waiting for BBC Radio York to phone to give me some cue, but they haven't, and then Radio Leeds want to speak to me after it now because they couldn't fit me in before York.
Excellent.
So beware, folks, that there's going to be a couple of reports coming up in the next 15 minutes or so before the lunch break.
It will sound seamless.
Apologies for that. What can you do? Yeah, exactly.
What can you do?
Now,
as somebody once said together.
Oh, here we are. Sounds like BBC Radio York are going to be right on cue, as it were.
See what you did there.
So, Alex Thompson from the Howard stand end. Adam Lyth on strike. Comes in and bowls wide on the crease, and Lyth just strokes that there up to mid-off, and there is no run. Lyth 33 and Root on 4. Could have been a different story here for Yorkshire this morning had Derbyshire held their catches. As Lyth props forward, pushes one into the outside. It's just because somebody on the weather forecaster just said the word outside on the cue that I'm receiving.
The next word you hear will be blustery.
Thompson in, driven by Lyth, out into the covers. Sweeper fires it back in for the concession of 1 run.
Adam Lyth been out there since the start, dropped by Harry Kame at first slip in the 13th over. He's had a good look at it since then. He was on at 22 at the time. And watching on from the non-striking end as Root flicks one away to the mid-wicket sweeper in his case. Headingley bathed in sunshine at the moment. 1 run from that brings the 100 up for Yorkshire. 88 balls for the first 50 and 60 balls for the second. I'm not sure if you can manage to see that, Fletch, on the screen away to your right. Shrinking violet that it is. Lyth driving this latest full-length Thompson delivery through extra cover for a single. I'm going to have to turn this cue down. It's very loud. Very loud.
I could hear it.
One left in Alex Thompson's 3rd over. Ooh, Root just gets one that slides down the leg side, and that's the end of that. So 25 overs in, 101 for 2. Root on 5 and Lyth on 35. And at some point, after 2.5 minutes of radio, here we go with the update. Stand by your beds. Yeah, and Yorkshire 101 for 2 is the headline score, if you like, at the moment, from 25 overs so far this morning, but could have been a very different matter had Derbyshire held on to some chances. Finlay Bean was dropped twice in the slips before he was eventually out, the first man to be out so far. LBW to Anoj Dahl for 18, and even at that, he shouldn't really have been on strike for that delivery because there was a 4 the ball before that wasn't given as such. And so he only got 3 runs to his name and was out for 18 the very next ball from the other end. Adam Lyth also dropped as well before that first wicket was taken. He's still out there on 35 not out. Shan Masood came and went quickly. 25 balls for 40, all of which were scored in boundaries. And Joe Root has just been out there for the last few minutes or so. Is not out on 5. Derbyshire won the toss, put Yorkshire in. A couple of changes to tell you about for Yorkshire as well. Matthew Fisher and Matthew Revis back in the side for Dan Moriarty and the injured Mickey Edwards. 101 for 2 in the 26th over. I'll let you do this while I sort out radio leads for a moment, Fletch.
Next delivery from Lewis Rees it says a new over. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Turned into or pushed it to no ball as well from Lewis Rees. He does have a bit of history with no balls. I was just looking. Ben Aitchison is out on the field as well now, as I think Mitch Wagstaff's still out there potentially, but Ben Aitchison is out there. We haven't seen Ben Aitchison since the 25th of June last year against Worcestershire due to injury. Oh, now then, Joe Root pulls out, apologises to Lewis Rees, who didn't go through with his bowling action. Like a fly buzzing around his face. So the England Test man just stepped away quite correctly. 102 for 2. I just had to double check. He's got 14 on his back, Ben Aitchison. I thought, who on earth is that?
I better crack on again.
Yeah, okay.
My apologies.
No, you carry on.
Rees to Root, good delivery, and it's hit something on its way through to Brooke Guest, but it clipped a pad. Didn't look like an edge of the bat, as I'm sure it would have carried. So I'm going to get the chance to see, for those who've got the pictures, a replay. Was it an edge?
No, it was his back pad.
Back pad.
It was probably a missed off stump the way it was angled, but it was in front. But I don't think it would have hit. I'll show it.
So in comes Rees again then from this Kirkstall Lane end. Straight delivery, worked square on the leg side by Joe Root, who will pick up a single, think about a second, but will not get back for it. Time for another update now for BBC Radio Leeds. Hold on to your hats. Give me all your lovin'. The sound of Give Me All Your Lovin' from ZZ Top.
Absolutely.
You look like one of the ZZ Top members, of course.
Well, of course, famously. Yeah, big hit in what, the 83, 84, along with legs.
Four runs for Adam Lyth. I'm waiting for the cue here. Hello, Rich. It's okay, cricket weather-wise. The rain, the rain that's gathered above in clouds has not fallen, and I don't think it's forecast to do so. It's just a little bit higher than the deadly version round here at Headingley. If you know what conditions we sometimes get in LS6. The news from here today, well, so far, Derbyshire won the toss, but Yorkshire into bat. Yorkshire, by the way, made two changes. Matthew Revis and Matthew Fisher back in for Dan Moriarty and Mickey Edwards, who's out with injury. And it's been a difficult start in favourable bowling conditions for Yorkshire. They are 113 for 2 at this moment in time. Adam Lyth has just hit successive boundaries off Lewis Rees. One a beautiful drive through the covers, another one a little punt really through mid-wicket. The 2 wickets to have fallen, Finlay Bean, LBW to Anuj Dal for 18, shouldn't really have been on strike for that delivery. There was a 4 the ball before that wasn't given when a fielder put his foot on the boundary rope. They ran 3, so Finlay shouldn't have been on strike first ball of the next over when Anuj Dal got his wicket, LBW. Shan Masood then, formerly of course of Derbyshire, 40 he made in 10 boundaries from 25 deliveries and was out when the score was on 92. As Adam Lyth has just hit another 4 off the bowling of Lewis Rees, this time down the ground, so all sorts of different shots from Lyth during this over, and he's really now starting to get going. 119 for 2, 48 to Lyth and 6 to Joe Root, who's been out with him in more recent times. The other thing to mention is that, as I said, it's been a difficult morning for Yorkshire, Rich. They had 3 dropped catches from edges that they made. Finlay Bean dropped twice before he was out. Adam Lyth was also dropped in the slips. That all before the first wicket was taken. So Derbyshire have had their opportunities. They could have really cashed in on winning the toss. They may still do so in the final 8 minutes or so before the lunch break. But at the moment, Yorkshire just getting going here. 119 for 2. Thank you very much indeed.
Beautiful.
And now I've got estate agents phoning me as well. What's going on?
Well, answer that one. Don't do that one on air, though, for goodness sake.
No, it was rubbish. It was rubbish. Far too expensive. Bathrooms too small.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to find a better. We've got. Just to explain the techie side of things here. I know this is going to bore you, but since the amalgamation of radios Leeds and Sheffield for afternoons, we can't now do things as we used to do.
Absolutely.
So I'm now having to receive not direct cue from the station, but in other ways. And when they set up for reports, as we both know, but listeners won't know, they've got to give us a bit of programme beforehand, so we know when we're being put into bat for our little update. And unfortunately, some of the people who link up with you don't quite get that they can't really talk to you before they come across to you. And so you're having these little conversations that shouldn't really be going out on air.
If you could explain that any pithier, that would be useful. Basically, here's Anuj Dal back into the attack from the football stand-in bowling to Joe Root.
Stop it.
Clipped up to mid-on.
And they're off.
There's no room.
It's taken us till nearly the end of the morning session, but we're there now.
No. It is, well, you see, different stations are doing it differently. Radio Derby link up with Nottingham and Leicester from 2 o'clock onwards, so it changed. My updates change. They don't change, the time don't change. As Dal bowls pushed into the offside off the back foot by Root out to point where Pat Brown is fielding. But they have to be 20 seconds long. And so far, you'll know what this is like. If a wicket falls during your update, it can throw you completely. And so far, touch wood, a wicket hasn't fallen during a 20-second timed report, because that's just a disaster.
It is, and when you get, when you learn the art of sports reporting.
Dal bowls to Root, turning to the leg side. I think that's No, it isn't. It's Alex Thompson. I was going to say it was Mitch Wagstaff. He might have gone off now with Ben Aitchison being out there.
You get taught all sorts of things, but never for the sheer mad panic of a goal going in while you're on and you've only got 5 seconds left.
Can't do anything about it.
Or a wicket being taken, or somebody falling at the final fence, or whatever it might be. You just...
Yeah. No, it can be slightly chaotic. It can be chaotic when nothing's happening, when I'm doing them. 120 for 2. Sometimes you lose your train of thought halfway through, which is never particularly good, as Dahl bowls to lithe edged and past the man at second slip and down to the third man boundary for 4, and that isn't the way perhaps Adam Lyth would have wanted to have got to a half century, but he thoroughly deserves a half century. I don't think it went to hand. He raises his bat. There's a good crowd inside Headingley as well. 52, 117 minutes off 81 deliveries. And that was his 9th 4.
I think he deserves it in the sense that it's not easy out there, is it?
No.
He's stuck at it. He's given that one chance. He's been patient, and in the last couple of overs, he's really been rewarded for that.
But he's sort of been proactive, hasn't he? Throughout, even early on in the innings, he was trying to be proactive, which is always good to see an opening bat. As this next one is pushed up to mid-off by Lyth, where it's fielded by David Lloyd. Although in my report to Radio Derby in 3 or 4 minutes' time, I will have to mention that he was dropped on 22. Because I'm sure everybody in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire will want to know that.
East Staffordshire?
What?
Growing Wings?
No, that's who they cover. That's who the radio station covers as an appeal for like before wicket. It sounded like it came off the bat. To me.
Yeah, Adam Lyth just makes sure everybody knows that by checking the edge of it, I think.
It did sound like it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, the umpire turned it. I'm not sure that it did. Did it? Yeah. Excellent. I just turned around and barely saw the replay. Lots of people patting other people on their backs. I've no idea why. And it remains 124 for 2 with 3 minutes to go until the lunch interval. So this could well be the final over of the morning session. So we will have had the full 28 overs this morning. We're only 4 overs behind already. What time was our table booked for this evening, Doyjeepers?
Not sure. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday. There's no chance of that, is there? Here's Rees.
No.
And Joe Root solidly behind this. No run. We could also, among the potential cast of thousands on our broadcast today, we may also be joined by BBC Online Sports Matt Henry, who's in the press box.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get him on then. I've just looked at the weather forecast for Sunday, so absolutely no chance of getting underway on time. So your idea of getting away and out of the ground and sitting down somewhere nice by 7 is fanciful.
We've got a third voice, haven't we? I'm going to leave early on Sunday. You can do
somebody
my
else
interview,
on Sunday,
can't you?
haven't we?
Yeah. Sonia Twig.
Yes.
Here's Rees, meanwhile, bowling to Root, who pushes into the offside. Anuj Dal in the fielding, no run.
Sonia's with us on Sunday and Monday.
Well, I might bring JC back in for an hour, just at the end. Pay him for an hour.
Well, we know what the hourly rate is. We can work it out, can't we? The hourly rate, just divide what you're going to get today. So nothing divided by 8. You do the maths. You do the maths.
Closing on lunch, although I dare say that we'll be struggling for some because it's probably already been put out and devoured as Rees comes in. It's wide of off stump. Beautiful. That is beautiful. Joe Root. Stand and admire. That's wide of off stump on the half volley. And if you've ever seen a textbook cover drive, then that was it.
Glorious.
Not even a drive, was it? It was just lent on it.
Beautiful. Lewis Rees has got one of those wry smiles on his face, the kind of wry smile the bowler knows that there wasn't much he could do about that, really. He put it in the right place and Root did the rest, and he's eager for more, Joe Root. Look, he was already in his stance.
Yeah, Rees going around the park in this last couple of overs here. Has he got a response? He's gone straight this time and dug out. Back at him by Joe. No run. 2 to come in the session, we think. It should be. It's 12:59 on the clock. And I think...
Yeah, that's 1 o'clock now. according to the not Yorkshire. There we go. Not quite Yorkshire time. About 5 seconds behind.
My laptop's behind, but the phone's bang on. Our laptop's decided to join in. 2 to come in the session. Reese to Root, who blocks that, no run.
Well, before I go, can I just say it's been Yorkshire's morning, and that'll do for me, because, you know, Derbyshire need to learn how to catch. But I said that pretty much at lunch last week, though. So if anybody wants to know what's happened this morning, just go back 7 days to the end of the first session against Leicestershire. Everything applies. Everything applies. It was the right decision to bowl. They've got to take their catches, and Yorkshire on top.
And that was Fletch for the morning. 1 to come from me as Reese makes his way in again, and Root is solid behind that and defending. And at precisely 1 p.m. they will leave the field of play at lunch on day 1, with Derbyshire having won the toss, decided to field first, and Yorkshire are 128 for 2. Adam Lyth not out on 52, and a good one at that under the circumstances, and Joe Root not out on 11, a partnership so far worth 36. Anush Dal and Lewis Rees, the 2 wicket takers. Finley Bean for 18 and Chan Masood for 40, the 2 dismissed batters. And I think you'd have to say, in agreement with Fletch, that it has been Yorkshire's morning. Could have been different, could have been very different had catches been held, but Derbyshire have put 3 of those down. And who knows, as this match goes on, may live to rue that. But we'll take a breather, as the players do, for the lunch break. Thanks for your company this morning, and do join us again from 1:40 when we're back on air.
Yeah. Welcome back from Headingley. 128 for 2, Yorkshire, with Joe Root on 52. Sorry, Adam Lyth on 52 and Joe Root on 11. James Carr and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you for this first little stint for the afternoon session. And well, Yorkshire had one or two blushes spared, I guess, with some drop chances. 3 of them dropped by Derbyshire before they took a first Yorkshire wicket, and really that ended up making it Yorkshire's morning. 128 for 2 is pretty healthy when you've been put into bat in bowler-friendly conditions. James, to take you through the first over here.
Lewis Rees to start from. I beg your pardon, it's not Lewis Rees. It's who is that?
Pat Brown.
It's Pat Brown. Pat Brown, right arm over the wicket. He's come round the wicket. It was a short and wide one, but it was miscued by Adam Lyth. Pat Brown, seen him bowl for the first time today. Scoreboard hadn't updated then, and I was a bit confused that Rees was coming from that end. Actually, it was not possible for him to do so. That must be because we missed lunch. My brain's not in gear as Pat Brown's round the wicket, and he's a bit short and wide again. This time Lyth back foot drive, and it's fielded well by cover, and there's no run once again.
Yeah, if you do hear any interference on sound, it will be rumbling stomachs, I think, after we just spent the entire lunch break waiting for lunch, and still haven't received it.
I'm not going to waste away, so I can't complain too much at the free lunch. It'll come when it comes, I guess. Pat Brown, once again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth, and this time he gets the ball to tail away, and it's a false play and miss from Adam Lyth through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. It's just not as bright as it was just before the lunch interval, although I think the temperature has improved. Let's check. We're up to heights of 9 degrees now as Pat Brown is in once again from the Howard stand end. Right arm around the wicket, and he's too full this time, and Adam Lyth just leans on that one and it just bisects extra cover and mid off beautifully. 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total, 4 more runs to Adam Lyth, on to 56. Yorkshire 132 for 2.
Yeah, one of the great joys of doing this job is being able to watch Adam Lyth play that shot time and again during a season. Superb execution.
See what Pat Brown's trying to do. He's trying to shape the ball away from the left-hander, angle it in and then tail it away, but just got his length a little bit too full there as he's in once again, and he's very full this time. Lyth lets this one go, but the ball pitched probably on the almost Yorker length, wasn't it? Didn't reach for it and just let it go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest.
Afternoon to Russ Harker from Skipton. He says Yorkshire, with their internationally reinforced team, hope to put a solid foundation and get their first win.
You would hope so. Certainly made a good start, despite the drop catches from Derbyshire. Will be ruined those as Pat Brown's in once again, and he's on the money this time as Adam Lyth plays forward defensive, and there's no run. That concludes the first over after lunch, and the first Pat Brown over. Yorkshire are 132 for 2.
Should mention Russ from Skipton is actually in Berlin, which reminds me, I don't think I've mentioned this, I keep remembering it when I'm off air, but Liam Holgate, lovely Liam, what a man. He's now doing the analyst job, isn't he, for the Diamonds?
That's right, yeah.
But he'd taken the time and effort to thinking about broadcasts to go and buy me a world map, which I need to bring in, so where you can scratch off where people come from who correspond with you, so you can get just a world map of our listeners and correspondents. So it was a great idea. Thanks to Liam, great young man. Hopefully going places in the game in his particular specialism. I'm sure he will be.
Yeah.
And yeah, lovely little idea. Hi Dodgy, says Malcolm Palmer. Great to hear you and Fletcher and James from Headingley after the bad luck losing the toss at Lords. Now Shan's gone and lost another. Just as well the Derbyshire lads can't catch. It's going to be Blair Ticknett to open again
in the session, this time from the Kirkstall lane end and over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root, who misses out on one that slides down the leg side. Lindsay O'Regan says that Finlay Bean's been around long enough now for bowlers to know his weaknesses and develop plans for him. He does move a long way across and plays across and sometimes round his pads, making him an LBW candidate. I suspect we'll see this method of dismissal more times until he's able to make an adjustment. Lindsay's opinion. As Tickner is in, and Joe Root technically very correct with his forward defensive push there. He goes on, as for the women's decision, it's completely unjustified and unjustifiable. The only conclusion I can draw is that Yorkshire have been punished for previous transgressions. Awful as these were, they provide no reason to punish Yorkshire's women. Hopefully natural justice will prevail and the Yorkshire women will be invited into the fold sooner rather than later. That's the opinion of Lindsay O'Regan. If you want to have your say, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1 on X. As the sun shines and Tickner is in to Root, who runs it into the gully region, and there's no run.
Yeah, Tickner, he was certainly a handful at the back end of his first spell. He got through 7 overs in the morning session. The last couple of overs he really started to bend his back, seemed to get warmer and quicker and extract a bit of bounce out of the surface. Just kept Adam Lyth on his toes a little bit.
Tickner again short, nicely pulled by Joe Root, just helped it on its way around the corner. He's not going to get a boundary from it unless there's an horrific fumble, and there isn't. So he gets back for 2. Fletch has got some packets of emergency biscuits which he's just put next to me to try and stave off the rumblings. But eating a jam, whatever it is, jam ring, is that what they're called? Jam sandwich type thing. It's not really a done thing on air, is it? Tickner in again, and Lyth punching that up to Zach Chappell in the cowboy hat mid-on.
Many biscuits are available. Well, you wouldn't be eating them anyway, would you, Doige? You've done the opposite of winter well, actually. You're a primed athlete now.
Body's a temple. Oh, he's stacking him up now with the chocolate one as well. He's a temptress, isn't he, Dave Fletcher? Final ball of the over. It's full, whipped off the legs by Root. There is a man positioned down at fine leg, and he will get 1. So Root onto 14. Partnership now worth 43 at 135 for 2 after 30.
Yeah, Tickner just zoning in on the pads there, trying to. I thought he did it first spell actually, just not a lot of shape, so just trying to bowl as gun barrel straight as possible and hope if the batter misses he hits, but he's got to be really full to keep the stumps in play, because a lot of the balls he bowled early doors were going over the top, or at least adjudged to go over the top when he hit the batter on the pads. So Pat Brown is going to continue from the Howard stand end. First over only went for 4, but it was a rusty over to start, to say the least. He's in now, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root. He's a little bit too straight, and Root, I'm not sure if he got any bat on that. The way the ball kind of trickled into the leg side for a run suggests it came off the pads, and that is signalled by the umpire as a leg bye. Hassan Adnan is the standing umpire at the Howard stand end. Former Derbyshire first-class cricketer himself. So that brings Adam Lyth back on strike on 56. Pat Brown around the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who plays a false drive, tempted by Pat Brown, and it's an inside edge. It goes behind square leg for a single, to the disgust of the bowler.
Yeah, wasn't his best strike of the day, was it, Adam Lyth? But going pretty well still. He was certainly going well just before the lunch break.
And Shah Massoud in particular, there's Lovely balance, hitting the ball straight up the ground through mid-on. As Pat Brown's in again, he's straight again to Joe Root, this time bat on it, and he hits the ball through the mid-wicket area. They run that first single hard. Lyth shouts and says he doesn't want the second one as the ball comes fizzing into the keeper. Brown not able to settle here against the right-hand, left-hand partnership. 3 singles so far in this over from the 3 balls bowled. 138 for 2, Yorkshire. Brown round the wicket again, this time to left-handed Lyth. He's full and wide outside Lyth's off stump, and he lets that one go through to the wicket-keeper. I'm not used to seeing Pat Brown in whites, to be honest. He almost dubbed more of a one-day white ball bowler, wasn't he, when he was down at Worcestershire? And
yeah, played very few first-class games.
It's quite clear what his plan is here, just shape the ball in and then off the straight into the corner, and he does that with this delivery and gets Adam Lyth to play and miss, although Lyth suggesting it was a leave. I'm not sure it was one or the other really. It was a bit of a fiddle and then a feigned leave afterwards, but the ball was a good foot outside off stump, so not causing any danger at the left-handed Lyth. Lyth back in his stance, tapping his bat as Pat Brown's in, and he's on the money this time, full and straight, and Lyth just with a forward defensive hits the inside half of the bat and just drops down. Brown fields off his own bowling. That concludes the second over from Pat Brown after this lunch interval. Yorkshire 138 for 2.
Yeah, Pat Brown, first cricket club market deeping in Lincolnshire. Who knew? John Kirkland, good afternoon to you, who's the chair of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group. That's a supporters group, and says, delighted to report that your kind mentions of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group, that's twice now, last season had some effect. As Tickner is in. Oh, good delivery to Root. It was falling over one. There's a stifled appeal, but I think it sounded like it was bat on to pad, and it was so quickly stifled that I'm pretty sure it was. Membership is on the up, says John, and I'm hoping that you can mention us further this year. That's the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group. We're already off the mark with a lunch during the Lord's game last week, for which I didn't receive an invitation, John, so maybe that's one fewer mention in the rest of this email. And I've organised another one for the second day of the Hove match next month. Looking forward to the invitation to that. As in comes Tickner, and that's flicked off the legs by Root down to long leg. He picks up a single as a result, taking his score to 16 and the total to 139 for 2. Other events are already planned for Headingley. Oh, another invitation there surely, and London and Leicester. A few lunches to come, I think, this year. New members are welcome, says John. Despite rampant inflation, the annual subscription remains at £15, and we're still pretty flexible about what constitutes the South. Well, I should think anything south of Aberdeen, maybe. Anyone interested can find us on the associations section of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club website. Lyth waits and Tickner bowls a straight one at him, which he tucks away into the leg side, but can't get past the infield. So I'll repeat that. Anyone interested in joining the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group can find them on the association section of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club website, or contact John Kirkland directly on john_Kirkland@yahoo.com. There will also be some of our membership leaflets dotted around the long room over the weekend, he said. There you go, John. As requested, a full read of your information. And good luck with picking up a few more members. As Blair Tickner fires one in pretty sharply, but unfortunately, as he has done with a couple of his short deliveries, it's faded away down the leg side. We don't obviously have the benefit of a speed gun here, but in comparison with what I've seen with the naked eye this year, this feels fairly sharp.
Yeah, he's a Bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he? All shoulder as his arm comes over.
Another straight delivery this time, and Lyth tucks it into the leg side. There's a bit of footwork there from David Lloyd, but he can't prevent the single or affect a run out. 140 for 2.
I covered a game when I worked down in Southland, which hopefully the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group covers the Southern Hemisphere as well. But down in Southland in New Zealand, Tinkner bowled down the hill at Queen's Park in Invercargill and bowled the speed of light in a white ball forward trophy game and dismantled the Otago Vaults.
Here he is trying to do the same with Yorkshire. Root eases that one out into the offside. So end of the 32nd, 140 for 2.
And what made it worse was Adam Milne ran up the hill and bowled even quicker. And then Jesse Ryder came in and knocked the runs off very quickly and hit the ball to all parts. But it's good to see some Kiwi internationals and Kiwi domestic players playing over in the UK.
Jesse Ryder gave the name, conjures up one of my favourite commentary moments, not on the BBC but with Ashley Metcalf doing a bookmaker's commentary service 15 years or more ago, maybe 20 years ago now, and he mistook Jesse Ryder for Jesse Owens.
Slight difference there. As Pat Brown is in and he's 2 full and wide outside Adam Lyth's off stump, and once again Adam Lyth just plays a beautiful stroke down to the corner of that eastern stand end, and 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total. 144 for 2 now Yorkshire. Adam Lyth on to 62.
The thing about it was one of those where he didn't realise he'd said it, so Jesse Ryder made a bit of a gaff in the field at third man and let a ball go for 4 that he should have easily have picked up.
Pat Brown in, back on the money this time as he pushes Lyth into his crease and he plays a back foot defensive.
And I got the giggles. So he said, you know, like when you're summarising, you do. He said, yeah, and Jesse Owens couldn't quite pick it up there, and you know, really should have been fielding its 4, and it just didn't realise he'd said it, and I just started to giggle. And then the more he looked at me as if to say, "What have I said?" the more I laughed, and I could not stop. It was one of those teary, laughing moments where to wait until we had a break and fully explain the situation to him. But Jesse Ryder and Jesse Owens, in terms of athleticism, couldn't be much further poles apart, could they?
Brown's in once again. Slight false shot this time from Lyth, trying to drive him on the up, but there's no edge and it's through to the keeper. Yeah, you know when they're trying to engineer a kind of a result in 4-day cricket and they bring on the non-bowlers, I think that's when we should be allowed to maybe call players by their wrong names on purpose and do something a bit different to make it a bit more interesting. But Jesse Ryder, what a player, he could hit a ball. Pat Brown on his way once again. Full and wide outside off stump, and Adam Lyth shoulders arms and lets another ball go through to the wicket keeper. There's very little margin for error on this surface, especially at that more medium pace of a bowler like Pat Brown. You've got to be hitting that length 9.5 times out of 10. No margin for error. Quality batters like Adam Lyth and Joe Root. As Brown's in once again, little shuffle from Lyth across his stumps this time as he tickles it into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, whatever they, as I said earlier on in the piece, really, whatever they look like here, and there's a definite green tinge about it from up on the 4th floor here. They're just playing really well. So if you can't take advantage of the overhead conditions and the, you know, an obvious little bit of moisture within early part of the day in April, then you could be up against it.
Brown into the right-handed Joe Root this time, and he's a little bit too straight on Root's pad, so he tickles it into the mid-wicket region. Boundary rider comes in from that east stand to cut the ball off, so there's just another run to Root, moving on to 17 now. Brown takes his sweater as he walks back off to his fielding position. 54 the partnership for this 3rd wicket from 71 balls. 32 the contribution from Lyth, all 17 of Joe Root's runs so far. As Yorkshire 146 for 2.
Yeah. Wonder if we've got any lunch yet.
With a minute to go till 2 o'clock. Run rate up to 4.42 as well. 4.42.
Tickner. That rocking style he's got. Tall figure. And again, just as James called it in the previous over, heavy ball in at Joe Root. He's got all the protective equipment on you could wish to see, but yeah, I'm going to say I think he'd felt that, and he's flexing at the left knee as he walks off, because it could have got him in that area that is difficult to protect between the pad flap and bottom of the thigh pad. If you happen to be leaning forward and the ball catches it just right, there's a sweet spot. Well, not particularly sweet if you're the batter, but you can still end up with a pretty hefty bruise from that. As Tickner is in again, this one fading down the leg side. He's up the ante pace-wise before lunch. He's returned at pretty much the same pace as he was bowling at the back end of his first spell. If he can nail one in terms of getting that line and length right, then there could be problems for either of these batters. But when he strives for that bit of extra pace, then he's not quite been able to find the accuracy that he needs. Hence, not yet having taken a wicket, despite largely bowling pretty well. Another one here. There's an appeal for LBW. Root falling over one as he's trying to flick it into the leg side, but again, it wasn't a confident appeal.
Yeah, it looked leg side once again. Bit fuller this time, but there's no shape from Tickner, and everything's into the right-handed batter, and nothing seems to be threatening the stumps. It all looks to be going over or down the leg side.
In comes Tickner again, and Lyth drops that out into the offside, and there is no run. The signal comes from umpire Martin Saggers at this Kirkstall lane end. There are 2 balls remaining in the over.
I think Saggers would have wanted to have a bowl this morning first up if he was still playing. Got a couple of tests for England back in the mid-2000s.
In he comes again then, and that is punched into the offside by Joe Root. Fielded extra cover, and there's no run. Just one more. I think Fletch might pop in your seat and let you swap with me. I'm going to try and sort 1 or 2 things out before my 2:30, so hopefully it might go smoothly. One to come from Tickner here, and it's Root on 17 on strike. We've got a hold up as David Lloyd made a lengthy run to hand the ball personally to Blair Tickner, who bowls to Root, who drives square on the offside and picks up 1. So 18 to him, partnership worth 55 now, 147 for 2 at the end of the 34th. I'll leave you with Fletch and James back in a minute.
Thank you, Doji. Yeah, no breakthrough for Derbyshire yet in the afternoon session. There was a ball in the last over from Blair Tickner that struck Joe Root on his thigh pad that clearly discomforted the England man. So that's a sort of guide to the pace that Blair Tickner is bowling. He's capable of bowling in excess of 90 miles an hour, but we have no way of measuring it, sadly, which would be good. It's my campaign to get a speed gun at every single county ground. It can't cost that much, surely to goodness. Here's Pat Brown bowling from the football stand end. He's in and bowls to Root, who just guides that backward square on the offside for a single. In off the boundary comes Alex Thompson to do the fielding.
I think there's a handful that are owned centrally by the ECB, and they kind of do the rounds around the grounds with the analysts might get access to it for particular games.
It'd be nice to know, but I'm sure the supporters would enjoy it, wouldn't they? They would look at one of my other loves, baseball, and you know the speed of every single pitch, because if you can pitch it 100 mile an hour or more, then it draws a gasp. Mind you, there's normally 40,000 people watching as well, so there might be a slight money issue there. 148 for 2. As Brown around the wicket, bowls to the left-handed lie that gets up on his toes and plays the ball back towards the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow-through, trying to flick it up off his boot, but obviously not a footballer, Pat Brown. I don't know that for certain. He's a thoroughly nice lad to talk to. Mischievous sense of humour, I would say. Didn't speak to him at the end of last season much, well, at all, before when he was on loan before he signed. Sadly, I didn't really have need to, so I spoke to him in the media day, and he was really good value. And he's in again now, around the wicket, bowls to Lyth, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Ben Aitchison still on, standing at first slip, 12th man. As I say, it's July since we last saw Aitchison out on the field. He pulled up at Worcester in a I'm sure it was a championship match. Stress fracture. On his way back, spoke to him briefly during the winter, and he was hopeful of getting back to full fitness not too long into the season, so it's really good to see him out there in whites. As Brown is in, that one's on Lyth's hip and turned into the leg side, so Brooke Guest will have to come around to do the fielding. It's only off his hip, so it's gone down as a leg by. 149 for 2. I knew I'd get there in the end. End of the over. Not the end of the over either. Excellent. Good all round, really. I'm fading away. I don't want to say too much, but I'm fading away. As you can see from the screen now, that's not my best side, though. That's not my best fading away side, I'm afraid, but thank you anyway. Conversation going on here between Blair Tickner, David Lloyd and Pat Brown. You can see quite clearly on the screen if you're watching, it's the index finger, the left index finger that David Lloyd's got a big bandage on, which is presumably why he's not feeling in the slips where he has done for just about his entire Derbyshire career. As Brown is in to bowl to Root, and that's straight onto the leg stump, and it's a really good stop out there in the deep by Anuj Dal. It's backward square leg and keeps them down to 1. That's an exceptional piece of fielding by Dal, and the crowd appreciate that here at Headingley. Lovely work from clearly the best fielder that Derbyshire have got. He had to run quite a long way to his right and then put the tumbling stop in, so excellent from him. Root moves on to 20, 150 up. Perhaps that's what the applause was about. For 2, I may have given the Yorkshire crowd more credit, as Brown is in, left alone outside the off stump by Lyth. And that is the end of the over. I can reliably inform you, mainly because Brooke Guest's halfway down to the other end. 150 for 2 after 35 overs. Yorkshire put into bat this morning by Derbyshire. It was a decision that most would have expected to have been made. It's the 3rd time they've won the toss. It's the 3rd time they've bowled first. They haven't capitalised. Certainly in the last 2 matches, they haven't capitalised on the chances they've created. Three drop catches in the first 35 minutes against Leicestershire. 3 drop catches in the first hour here. 50
minutes, I think it was. The third one went down, and it's also created an injury as well, hasn't it?
So it's a double blow.
Blair Tickner then to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Joe Root pushes this one up the ground. He's not got it completely. It wasn't a full long calf volley, so he'll push it through for 2.
Tickner's an interesting one. I know you say you'd seen him obviously when you were down in New Zealand. If you take his career as a whole, it doesn't look that impressive for an overseas signing. If you chop it up into a couple of bits, and over the last 2 or 3 years, probably since COVID almost, he's been a different bowler and his numbers are much, much better, which suggests he had a difficult start to his career, but he has played Test cricket for New Zealand. He
has, just the 3 tests, but also they don't play that much red ball first class cricket in New Zealand now. As he's in once again, he's back of a length this time, and Root hits the ball up the ground to mid-wicket for no run. It's very straight mid-wicket.
He said that was one of the reasons why he wanted to come, because he obviously never played county cricket over here before, but he'll play a virtual New Zealand season before he goes back. He's here until halfway through the T20 competition.
Well, the six first-class sides in New Zealand, and they play each other home and away, so they just play the 10 first-class games. As he's in once again, he's full and straight this time, and Root beautifully turns his blade on that into the mid-wicket region. It's wonderful fielding. The deep square legs come round there to stop the ball, and Root will get 2 more to his score.
He's a good fielder, Pat Brown. Really good fielder. Got a great arm.
Yeah, he had about 20 or 25 yards to make there from a deep forward square leg round to a deep mid-wicket. And it was timed incredibly well by Joe Root. As Tickner's in once again, right arm over the wicket, similar delivery. This time it's off the pads of Root and it goes down to fine leg for a leg bye. Or I suspect a leg bye, as Martin Saggers doesn't signal a leg bye, so runs off the bat. Yeah, I think historically they played more, but New Zealand cricket costs, well, operational costs, and I suppose how much cricket is enough. First class cricket, it served them well. They've won a Test championship since they reduced it to 10 matches. As Tickner's in again, this time around the wicket to left-handed Adam Lyth. He gives him a bumper, and there's no danger as Lyth just ducks under that one and lets the ball sail through to the keeper.
Yeah, they do Test cricket really well, don't they? Because they take it away from the big bowls of stadiums and play it at really nice, what we would almost think of as outgrounds. They're clearly not, but at the smaller venues, you get a good crowd in there, and the whole atmosphere. I mean, I've only seen it on television, but it just looks. It's a good look.
Tickner in once again, this time full of a length, and Lyth is strong and straight in defence. And that concludes another Blair Tickner over. He's bowled 11 now. No maidens, none for 31 so far. Yorkshire 155 for 2. The run rate is 4.31. It really picked up when Sham Masood came in for that. Is it unfair to call it a cameo 40?
No,
it was a pretty quick 40.
All his runs came via boundaries.
It's been clipped that on either TikTok or Twitter or something.
All 10 boundaries.
All 10 boundaries, and it's my pidgin English from Wigan and your dulcet tones covering it as well.
We're on it,
so
aren't we?
We're on.
Pat Brown's going to continue from the football stand end when everybody's ready. Not sure who isn't ready, really. The mid-wicket has just gone a little bit squarer as Brown bowls on the stumps, probably on leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side by Root for another single. He'll move to 26, 156 for 2. Partnership of 64 in 90 deliveries. So they haven't exactly been slouches themselves, these two. Root has now faced 49 deliveries for his 25. Lyth almost an anchor roll at 63 off 107. Brown in only his 5th over of the day, conceded 15 runs so far. He's in around the wicket to bowl to Lyth, who pushes this out into the offside. Harry Kame does the fielding at cover. David Lloyd does some shadow batting at mid-off, and then remembers to applaud his fielders. That's what you have to do as captain. So much on his mind. So much on his mind. He's been terrific, David Lloyd. He's batted really nicely. Ran himself out in the 2nd innings against Glamorgan, which would have annoyed him, I'm sure, as Brown bowls to Lyth. Clips that away nicely into the leg side. Chase on here for Tickner. It's a long way down for him. Puts the slide in. Misses the ball completely. And they come through for a couple. Built him up there. It was Alex Thompson who tied it up behind him, but he has got a a huge mud stain on his left knee for his troubles now, Blair Tickner. Alexander, he says it's his last email for today, but I don't believe him. Do you think the county championship? Do you think that the county championship get? Hang on, I'll try and work out that sentence in a moment. As a short delivery from Brown, ducked underneath by Lythe. A three-tier system he's suggesting, like football, and a T20 start in the spring, red ball in the summer. Well, now that's clearly not going to happen, as Jonathan Deutsch has brought the lunch, but unfortunately he's dropped most of it on the floor behind us.
Like the Derbyshire field in the first hour.
Yes, absolutely. It's a terrific selection he's brought through, though. He's to be commended. And we could probably eat the lunch in between Pat Brown deliveries here, because we haven't had another one for a while, as he's had a word with... He's brought fruit as well, which is slightly disappointing. Here is Brown again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is turned up towards mid-on, where Tickner will do the fielding. Yeah, whatever. Absolutely not...
Thank you very much, sir.
I've got the all-day breakfast here. What have you got? Egg and cress. Short straw.
See, it's not a short straw for me. That.
Are you happy with that?
I'm delighted with that. I'm delighted, yeah.
I've got white bread. It's perfect.
I think mine's some kind of multi-bread.
I realise that Dodgy knew me quite that well. Here is Pat Brown around the wicket, bowls, and that one is crashed to backward point by Lythe, but out there is Anuj Dal. And they go through for another single. It was the last ball of the over as well. 159 for 2. Lythe keeps the strike. He's on 66 and Root is on 26. And that run rate, 4.3. It's remained around that kind of level for most of the day, hasn't it? In fact, no, it's gone up. It was 3.8 or something like that, wasn't it, earlier on today? So they have started to put their feet down. Full house. And Griff's brought lunch as well. That's very good of you. Just pop it on the chair at the back. It'll be eaten, Griff. Don't worry about that. Or have one yourself. Where are you going? No, don't go. Don't leave with them. David Griffin had brought us lunch as well. That's how the esteem in which we're held as commentators. We've got more than one person bringing us lunch. That's very kind of them.
So Blair Tickner is going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end around the wicket to left-handed Adam Lythe, who plays quite an extravagant checked pull shot there on one leg. The raised front knee almost reminded me of Michael Vaughan in his pomp when he scored all those runs in Australia.
A little bit flamingo style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you're a bit older, maybe a Caribbean style, but it sticks with me from my childhood, that purple patch Vaughan went through in 02, 03.
Sadly, Michael Vaughan was some considerable time after my childhood. There's people standing up behind the bowler's arm here, which is now delaying us further. But Blair Tickner's smiling. Blair Tickner is always smiling. Even when he'd had the fourth catch of the innings dropped off him against Leicestershire, he almost managed to smile. He's a fairly smiley man.
He's on his way again now, over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root, who plays off the back foot and runs it off the face of the bat to backward point. Doesn't quite get it through the gap, so there's no run. Anuj Dal at backward point there. He's everywhere, Dal.
Seems to be, yeah. No, I mean, he is usually in the spot where the captain thinks the ball's going to go most. I think that's the general rule with Anuj Dal.
Tickner in once again to Joe Root. This time Joe Root stands tall, bunts the ball to that straight mid-wicket fielder. Who's there? They always turn when I'm about to call it.
Which one? Where?
Number four. Number four.
Harry Kane.
I have got a list.
Yeah, Harry Kane. Harry Kane's number 4.
What number would you be, Fletch?
Number 1. I don't know. I've never been in a position where I've had to pick a number because I stopped playing sport long before everybody had different numbers. I used to go in. Well, we didn't have numbers playing cricket, clearly.
Tickner in again to Joe Root. Joe Root just opens the face of the bat there and hits the ball to that vacant cover point region as Dal comes in off the boundary to field. Almost a free single there. Obviously a ploy from Derbyshire. who's going to be the enforcer here, Fletch? It all seems a bit friendly at the moment.
Doesn't it?
Pat Brown, not.
Pat Brown doesn't have the experience, despite the fact that he's been an England international at T20 cricket, and he was the next big thing, wasn't he? But he burst onto the scene in the white ball game. 9 first-class matches. It's a bit tricky for him.
I can't help but feel, unless a green seam has served up for him, a juicy one, that he's going to be able to penetrate and go through a team. And Tickner's obviously extracting stuff out the surface and hurrying the batters up at times. He's in now and very full outside Adam Lythe's off stump, and he just jams that one out for no run.
It was interesting against Leicestershire when he bowled it. He got 1 wicket, but that was all. But he said the best thing that happened to him was that the Leicestershire batters were coming at him, because then he knew he could bring out his slower ball and all his variations, which he uses in white ball cricket, and he looked right at home. So, and he can't bat either, bless him. I don't think. We haven't seen much of him.
Tickner in once again, around the wicket to Lythe.
But I said to him after I spoke, and I said it on air as well, and I will stand by it. I think there's an awful lot of goodwill towards Pat Brown, because he's been so blighted by injuries. He got into the England T20 side and then, of course, broke down, and things move on quite quickly, don't they? So he's miles away from it now, you would have thought. I think he came to Derbyshire because he wants to play red ball cricket. He wasn't going to play any down at Worcestershire. And there is a lot of goodwill towards him, and people really want him to succeed. So it's a difficult balance for David Lloyd. I mean, this is only going to be his 6th over of the match, and really a man of Brown's stature, you would have thought he might even open the bowling with Blair Tickner. Here he comes on his way in and bowls to Root, who pushes this out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane. So it's a tricky one, really. 2 seasons ago, Sam Connors got 50 wickets in the Championship. He looked like he was going to get a wicket every time he bowled, and things were going really well. He's picked up a bit of a niggle, but he's just dropped off a little bit over the last 12 months or so from the naked eye and from the stats. So that's an option that's sort of disappeared for Lloyd as well. As Brown bowls a full delivery, it's whipped away down to backward square leg by Root for a single. Anish Dal does the fielding. 162 for 2. Root moves on to 28. And in the next match, when Derbyshire are at home to Sussex a week today, they should have Darren Dupavillon available. So the South African will come in. He's been playing some T20 cricket for, oh dear, there's that many South Africa. I think he plays for the Dolphins, but he might not. There's a lot of them in South Africa, but he's been playing in their domestic competition as Brown bowls, and he's driven gloriously by Lythe, who doesn't even bother to move. It went past Harry Kane in a flash out towards the extra cover boundary. Beautiful from Adam Lythe. He moves up to 71 now, and Yorkshire up to 166 for 2.
He's bisected those 2 fielders inch perfectly several times now up to.
I like the way he knows as well, doesn't it? As soon as he's hit it, he knows, because he quite often a batter will play that shot and then take a couple of steps. Didn't move a muscle after he completed the shot. Beautiful. As in comes Brown again and bowls, and he's driven, but this time he drives it straight to the field. It was a little bit aerial off the bat. Hit the deck before it reached Harry Kane. Yeah, sorry for the Yorkshire listeners, it's Dupavillon as opposed to Dupavillon.
And did you mean
Thank you, Ed.
Did you mean there's many teams in South Africa, or many dolphins? That was a bit confusing.
Many teams. I don't know if there are. I don't know how many dolphins there are on the coast of South. I'm sure there are a few. They have sharks, don't they, South Africa?
Yeah, and penguins.
Penguins on the side, right?
Yeah,
I've never been there either. I rarely go much further than Exeter, really. It's about the furthest I travel over the course of 12 months. I've not been in a plane for a while. Yes, so there was I just got a couple of messages off Ed back at Radio Derby, but when they said that they'd signed Dupavillon, they wondered if they were going to sign Do Sight Screen and Do Heavy Roller as well. I thought that was quite good, but it's got absolutely nothing in here as Pat Brown bowls, and that one is cut away down to the in between backward point and wide third man for 4 by Adam Lyth, who's getting into his stride now. That's his 13th boundary, 75 not out, and this is looking, if it wasn't already, ominous for Derbyshire at the moment. 92 for 2 when the last wicket fell, that of Sham Masood for 40. Now Yorkshire are up to 170 for 2. These two are put on. I did see it there for a minute.
78.
Thanks very much. It is on the scoreboard, I just couldn't find it. I can't do maths. In comes Brown again, and that one is pushed off the back foot up towards a wide mid-on. It's being chased around the boundary by a combination of Alex Thompson and Blair Tickner, who just gets there before he was running out of steam. Just before it got to the boundary rope, he saved one there as the New Zealander, and he'll get a low 5 from Alex Thompson. In fact, he's got a pat on the back, because now he's got to come all the way to this end of the ground to bowl the next over, because that was the last ball of the over. Lyth, his ability to count to 6 undiminished. He moves on to 78. Root has 28. It's 173 for 2. As I built to a crescendo there, now I'm going to carry on talking, because Doidge's coming back for another one of his what are rapidly becoming world famous updates. Could happen at any time between now and 4:30. Yeah, a bit like lunch, yes, quite. Welcome back, though.
Thank you. You will hear this this programme.
Oh, I will, will I?
Before I do this update. This is one of those where you can actually hear it, so you'll be fairly well aware.
Might join in. I won't join in, you're all right.
So, what do we have here? We have Blair Tickner bowling to Adam Lyth, well wide of off stump. Kind of been far away from being called a wide. There's a great reluctance about calling wides in a general sense in red ball cricket, isn't there? Unless it's on the next pitch. But there has been a few this year.
We've had one today.
There's been 3 or 4, I reckon, this year.
Turned one and it went wide. Yeah, I've seen a couple of wides.
It all adds to the excitement, doesn't it?
There were a few in the game. I was listening to Sussex against Gloucestershire earlier this week.
Tickner in and Lyth leaves.
But I think they were being called wide on that occasion for negative bowling by a spinner bowling down the leg side. So that might have been the reason for that. Although I was in a car, so I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
But it was beautifully described by Adrian Harbs and Ed Seaborn, who are two of my favourite commentators, present company accepted, of course.
Naturally. 173 for 2. In comes Tickner, goes short, banged it in halfway down the pitch, but Adam Lyth well able to duck underneath it. The over 8 showing as -1 on the scoreboard. The scoreboard operators, they're mavericks. They can choose what goes on what section and all that, and sometimes at the bottom it'll tell you how many runs are required to win if it's that stage of the game. But at this point, bit of excitement for them. They've put up the over 8 as -1.
Minus in capitals.
Yeah, it's almost like a see me in Reading from your school teacher, isn't it? Here's Tickner, nicely played by Adam Lyth, who opened the face and has just stroked this really backward of point, and will pick up 2 comfortable runs for doing so. He was 52 not out at the lunch break, and he's moved on to 80. I'll make that an addition of 28 in the 10 overs or so since the break. Thank you very much, that.
Yeah, no, very good. Better than I was doing before with the partnership, which is always on the board, but I can never find it.
And then comes Tickner again, gripping that ball between 2 hands for long enough in his run-up before going to 1. Lyth just stroking that one up to Zach Chappell. Rydham Cowboy at mid-off. He sort of, his brim on his hat looks slightly turned up as if he were in some sort of western. We've been joined, by the way, by Barney Rubble, Paul former England women's head, well, he'll tell you what his title was, but basically head coach and things like that. As Tickner drops one down the leg side this time and Lythe misses out. I think that sounded...
I think he's hit that, because look at Blair Tickner pulling his shirt over his head. I think there's another drop here. I'm going to have to look at this replay, but I'm going on the reaction of Blair Tickner, who actually pulled his shirt over his head.
And Adam Lythe just checking his bat.
Oh,
you're right. He has.
So it's another drop.
Brooke Guest this time.
Excellent. There's another one. So that was Adam Lythe.
It's update time. Or is it?
No, I think that's why they call it the Blues by Elton John. But
which is spot on for the moment, really, isn't it?
Oh, you can't. I can't change that because you. Yeah. Who wants to hear this rubbish? Not necessarily the views of the BBC, that, by the way, because I know it's very popular on the BBC playlist. But who wants to listen to Elton John, for goodness' sake? Not us, thank you.
And there he was, gone.
Yeah. Ah, dear. So what was Lythe on that time? 80. Dropped on 80.
Yep, all notes made. Anish Dowell coming back on at the Howard stand end. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46 thus far.
I'll have to do some work a little bit later on. Not that this isn't very, very, very hard work. To get all the drop catches for the season. We're well into double figures now, and it's only the third match they've actually played. Derbyshire. Dahl is in and bowls to Root, who just with the outside edge of his bat guides that down to an Aaron Donald, who is at, well, he's not quite a gully, he's probably a fifth slip, that kind of area. Ben Aitchison, the solitary slip, standing next to Brooke Guest, who did drop one against Leicestershire, I recall, off the top of my head. They've all had a go. I mean, it's not as if it's one particular person who's dropping all these catches. As Dahl bowls to Root, that one is off the inside half of his bat out to the square leg boundary for a single. He moves on to 29, 176 for 2. They are sharing it around, the inability to catch. And Mickey Arthur was absolutely furious when I spoke to him at the end of the last game about the drop catches. And he wasn't the only one, of course. Do you think me asking for not to hear Elton John is they're just going to say Jonathan Deutsch?
Yeah, maybe,
we're in trouble.
That's that. Oh, I've got a text.
Lovely. 176 for 2. Your tea's ready. In comes Dahl and bowls. Oh, and that struck the pad of Adam Lythe. There was a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket. It sounded a little batty, if that is a word, which I'm fairly sure it isn't. And Anish Dahl walks back to his mark, shaking his head and smiling with David Lloyd. Anish Dahl looks like he's gone for a centre parting. They've all got these very severe haircuts, these young men now, haven't they? Where they shave off round the back and the sides. As this next delivery from Dahl is driven. Don't look at my hairstyle, Dodgy. By Lythe up towards a very straight mid-on. But, you know, right round the back, almost like they're just wearing a little bit of a hat. Whereas mine, if I wanted to grow it, the only place it wouldn't grow is where these young men can grow their hair, on the top, which is why I get rid of it all. There we go. See, and round there, they're all shaved round there. It's incredible. There's no young people in this. There's some who think they're young, but they're not really. Here's Dahl around the wicket, bowling to Lythe, and that one goes past the edge of the bat, kept a bit low as well as it went through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. 176.
I thought for a moment, I thought you were going to deny that you had no hair.
How can I? It's almost
a bit like the famous Aussie on Only Fools and Horses when Grandad says, "Well, that's a hell of a parting you've got there, son."
Yes, yeah. Yeah. He had a good tash, that bloke, didn't he? I remember. Here is Dahl bowling to Lythe, who drives, but straight at Harry Kane. No, Lewis Rees. Cover, and it's the end of the over. 176 for 280 to Lythe, 29 to Root. Still people out there in coats. There's some who look very cold. I can't say I'm surprised. It is very cold. My phone reckons it's 10 degrees. Oh, here we go. It goes on as well. It's still going.
Yeah. Guess that's why they call it
I
the
know why they
Blues.
call it the Blues. You've got to listen to that
The
nonsense.
spring of 1983. Not off,
Not
because
off. Not off.
James Wharton just taking out some equipment there or drink to Joe Root and Adam Lythe, who's
Zach
been
Chappell.
out there. Good afternoon, Toby. Yorkshire 176 for 2 here, having been put into bat by Derbyshire on winning the toss this morning. Matthew Revis and Matthew Fisher back in the side for the Yorkies in place of Dan Moriarty and Mickey Edwards. The 2 wickets to have fallen were both before lunch. Finlay Bean, LBW to Anuj Dal for 18. Shan Masood caught by Nyron Donald at slip off Lewis Rees for 40. We've had Adam Lythe, who made a great start to the season with a couple of hundreds, make it to the 80 mark before he was also dropped for the second time in the match. Finlay Bean had been dropped twice earlier in the day, so Derbyshire's fielding has been a bit iffy, I think it's fair to say. And Lythe has been out there for some time with Joe Root, but unhelpfully at this moment in time, the scoreboard operators have taken the score off the board. And if you just give me a moment, I can tell you that Yorkshire are 176 for 2 after 41 overs. There we go. Stop it. Zach Chappell is
Magnificent.
he's gonna bowl from this.
It's on look, it's there. 176 for 2. What's your problem?
Kirkstall lane end. And he's bowling to Joe Root, who turns that into the leg side Hurricane Fields, and there is no run. That's live radio, folks.
It is. That happens a lot, doesn't it?
So are we going to get Shawsey on for a few? Next time you have a break, we'll just get Shawsey on
I
for a
haven't
few
had my
minutes.
lunch yet.
He's itching. I know that's just the way he's standing, but
Yeah.
he's itching to get
I
on.
wonder what it was.
He's itching to get on the commentary.
He's not used the powder today, has he?
No,
I could go now if you want.
not that he's desperate, but I got 10 texts, I think it was yesterday, saying, just in case you didn't realise, I'm going to be at Headingley for a really important meeting because I've got a really important job. As Chappell is in and Root pushes into the offside.
The word
and there's
please
no
in
run.
capitals in every one of them.
Yeah, I would be really
Every
grateful
one
if
of
you
them.
could get me on air. I'm going to get it for this.
Well, you are, because I'm going to make way. I'll do one more over from the other end, and I'll eat my sandwich. You won't have quite as long then, will you? Good grief! I've got to do some work. People do say, "Oh, it'd be nice when you get back on commentary." Not the listeners. Obviously, there's people back at Radio Derby thinking he's getting paid for this. He's doing nothing.
Chappell to Root, full, straight, and flicked away to deep backward square leg. Well, deep forward square leg actually is just in front of square for a run. So Root on to 30 now. The partnership is a very healthy one at 85, and Yorkshire in a good position here, 177 for 2 on a tricky day with the bat. We'll find out what Shawsey's been up to, apart from being the subject of a magnificent article that was recently published in the Cricketer magazine. You've not seen it? Was I supposed to send you it? Okay. Chappell just switching to round the wicket. And then he comes bounding in wide on the crease, and it's dropped into the offside by Lythe, who wants a run, and Joe Root, ever willing to get from one end to the other, supports him. They get through for 1.
Yeah, 12 drop catches I make it this season so far, from my notes. That's a lot, isn't it? Well, and they didn't play at all in the first round of matches, of course, because it was
12
washed
in
out.
3 matches?
Well, 2
it's
matches
the
and
opposite,
1
yeah.
innings. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That would be 13 according to that now, because you got that message before the latest one, didn't you? But I think it's 12, but I'm not going to argue.
Ooh, good delivery this time. Chappell has the measure of Root, who's going to get away with it with a top edge, shoulder of the bat sort of area, and it's gone between. Well, the field had to disperse, to be fair, because some of the bowling has not been as accurate as it might have been. So 1 slip and a gully rather than a full cordon, and it's raced away for 4 through that gap. But back to that moral victory for Zach Chappell. Shawsey's he's taking his bat home now. He's leaving the building. Paul Shaw, we'll get him on for a catch up when he's
Gone off in a huff.
gone off to a meeting or something important like that, because he's important, as Chapel bowls a short ball. It's pulled by Root. That's an exemplary pull as well, just all over the top of that. So if he rode his luck a little bit earlier in the over, he got that one spot on, picked up 2 runs, 36 to him, 184 for 2, partnership now 92.
Samit's back out there. This time he's had more changes of clothing today than I usually do in a week, Samit Patel. He's run out with a drink for Anuj Dal this time in his shorts, but with those compression legging things that they wear.
Yeah.
And off he goes. Excellent. Apologies to Drew Walker, who I really ought to have...
Name checked.
Well, yeah, 3 hours ago he sent me a tweet.
You got to work your way around to these things, Blake.
I need to read it now to make sure. No, he doesn't. He never swears, Drew. First rule, first-class cricket. Win toss, look at the pitch and conditions, think about bowling, then choose to bat. Always true, and if we learn one thing from this season so far, the correct decision against continually putting the opposition in with one of those faces with the eyes going up, the whatever those emojis.
Eye roll.
Is that
an
what
eye roll?
Is it an
yeah.
eye roll, that? Yeah. Apple taking over everything, though, aren't they? iPhone, eye roll. Here comes Anuj Dal from the football stand end, clipped into the leg side by Lythe, out towards Pat Brown for a single. Lythe moves to 82, 185 for 2. David McCardle, only 2 hours ago this one, David, so I'm getting better. One positive so far this season is Lloyd's willingness to make bowling changes. Yeah, absolutely. There aren't many positives, and we'll take it. We'll take it. I've been a bit lax, poor on the on X today. Sorry, as Dal bowls, that's just turned into the leg side by Joe Root for a single out towards Alex Thompson. Root moves to 37, 186 for 2. Just about got that right. Samit Patel talking to Alex Thompson, left arm spinner to off spinner, out on the point boundary as it is for Adam Lythe, in front of the hotel. As Dal bowls all thick inside edge as he went for the expansive grab. He punches his bat actually as he goes through to complete the single, Adam Lythe. He's annoyed with himself there. There's a century here for him if he wants it. He picks up a single, but a false shot brought about by that delivery from Dal. I've got one of those tickles in my throat, don't you?
Oh, heck.
It's not good, is it? Not good at all.
You want me to take over?
It might be the lack of food. No, I should be all right as long as you don't mind me coughing very loudly down your ear. So stand by, listener. 187 for 2. Dal bowls, clipped into the leg side nicely. Half stopped. It was Root who played the shot. Half stopped by Mitch Wagstaff, who's out there. And the fielding is completed by David Lloyd, putting in the slide in front of the... What do you call that? It's the old pavilion, isn't it? But is it the members...
It's not the old pavilion, no. That was
not?
there.
Well, I remember that one. Was that never a pavilion then?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, okay.
It's the Taverner's Stand as I know it. They
right,
certainly
okay.
called that when it was first built.
Well, that'll be what it's called now then. The Taverner's Stand.
Well, they change names, don't they, the stands? I mean...
Well, they might do, but I very rarely use modern names. Dal bowls is turned into the leg side by Rule. Now then, he's been sent back by Lythe. He gets back comfortably enough in the end as the ball is fielded by Wagstaff. I remember the pavilion, which is effectively a square leg for Joe Root. And then there was a brief spell when they got changed at the far end as well, wasn't there? Underneath there in the rugby stand.
Yeah, in the rugby changing rooms.
Were they in the same changing rooms? Yeah. Sort of mesh across there and all sorts. It was a little bit messy. As in comes Dal. That's defended by Root into the onside. It's the end of the over.
Yeah, there was a little platform, wasn't there, that the players used to sit out on. It always felt like it was too small, really, for a team.
Yeah.
A bit crowded out. Yorkshire lad, good afternoon to you. Says, made it hot foot to Headingley from Harrogate, where I've been playing paddle tennis with
they're all
Tats Senior, Jonathan Tattersal's dad,
They're
Richard.
all playing paddle tennis now, John. Do you play it?
Not yet, but...
You will, won't you?
I will do at some point, yeah.
Yeah, they're all playing it.
Doubtless. But, I mean, when you get to...
I'm not playing it, obviously, but...
When you get to a certain age... I was going to say our age, but wouldn't want. I mean, look,
You're
anybody who can see this, I
am.
wouldn't want to be putting myself in the same age bracket as you. I mean, good lord.
No, well, I'm considerably
I've
older
still
than
got
that.
a full head of hair and all of that.
Yeah, he's got his own teeth.
As Chappell comes in and bowls to Lyth, it's slid down the leg side and there's no run. But when you get to a certain age, shall we say, David, a certain
What age is that?
Things start to ache and creak a bit more. So
And drop. Yeah.
And so paddle. I'm just sorry, my eyes are just watering.
It's
at the
the
moment.
spelling that upsets me the most.
Paddle.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm trying to make it trendy by misspelling it.
But it feels like something you might play, but still walk off and feel a bit sore afterwards. As Chappell is in and Lyth plays and misses. So Yorkshire lad goes on to say, stiff as a board now.
Good.
Hope the showers keep away. Does that serve him right for playing?
Yeah, I think so.
No sympathy at all from Fletch, as you would expect.
I'm a relatively unsympathetic kind of person. There's some very. I don't know which way the wind. Which way's the weather going today? It's going from behind us, isn't it? Because it's the northeasterly winds.
Yeah,
I think it's sort of
that way,
across
then.
our left shoulder.
Yeah.
If you look away to the left, it looks horrible.
Chappell is in. Oh, nicely driven by Adam Lyth. It's not going to have the legs to make the boundary because Harry Kame, I think it is, has got the right hand down to it. He's just having a look to check that all 4 digits and thumb are in place, and I think they are. And they got back for 2. Afternoon to you, Martin Mellor, who says, I'm sure you know this, but Derbyshire Chief Exec is from your alma mater. Yes, Ryan Duckett, Derbyshire Chief Exec, who popped in for a chat earlier in the day.
Often pops in.
Both former Benton Park schoolers, he and I, and, of course, Jordan Thompson.
As was pointed out, one of you listened slightly more than the other at school, clearly.
Chappell in. Oh, now then, it's aerial, and there's a dive from Gully. Clearly not quite close enough to get a hand on the ball because that continued to travel. And Adam Lyth has just hit 4 through third man. That brings up 103 partnership for this pairing in 135 balls. Lyth has contributed 58 of those and Joe Root 39. And from the position they were in, which was reasonable anyway, 92 for 2. They're getting themselves into a strong position first up, remembering, of course, that they were put into bat earlier in the day. Chappell making his way in again. Straight delivery, flicked probably off the thigh pad, I think, here. Yep, looks as though Martin Saggers has got the arm out ready to signal leg by, and does.
Well, he just struggled there, didn't he? He lifted his leg up to tap it, and he almost fell over, so he had to put it down again.
Might have had a game of paddle this morning before play.
Feeling a bit stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Serves him right then. I'm just hoping that Dominic's listening back in the office because he plays paddle all the time. A lot of the Derbyshire players play paddle.
Zach Chappell over the wicket, full, driven back by Root, and there is no run. Tom Joyner Union says, watch that Bean wicket again. Not only should he not have been on strike due to a previous 4-ball not having been given, he looked well out of his crease with the ball going down leg. Unfortunate for Bean, just as he was settling into his innings. Thanks, Tom, for that. So it is at Sporting Lives 1, at Fletch Sports, at Jiminy Cricket or whatever when he comes back on, and BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and
fletchcricket@gmail.com. All observations are welcome. What's he coming off for here? Brooke Guest, presumably a helmet. He is coming off for a helmet. So he might stand up to Anush, which he does on a regular basis. I always think Anush Dal's slightly quicker than he looks. Over rate's gone to -2 now. As Derbyshire continue to struggle to get through their overs at a reasonable rate. We've had 44 bowled today. First delivery of a new over from Dahl is you're going to eat crisps on the radio. That's outrageous. It goes through to the keeper. I'm absolutely ravenous. Who's that walking around with drinks down below us? I think it's Pat Brown. Looks like Pat Brown.
just the one crisp.
So probably are they salt and vinegar? They're my
They
favourite.
are nice.
Yeah, my favourite.
Very nice.
My favourite, salt and vinegar. Here's Dahl around the wicket, ball into Lyth, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Go through to the keeper. A Brooke Guest. who isn't standing up at the moment, but he will be at some point because he's going to get the helmet. There'd be no point in him having the helmet out there if he wasn't going to stand up at some point. I suppose this is a good opportunity to say you're listening to cricket live on the BBC at BBC Radio Leeds with the Yorkshire stations, BBC Radio Derby. As Dahl is in and beats Adam Lythe this time. That was a good delivery, just squared him up. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest again, but that was the best delivery we've seen for some time.
If you've got a bloke on 89 who's been out there for another hour or so after lunch and he's playing well, you can do that to him. That's a good delivery.
I think so. That was Jonathan Deutsch. We'll hear soon from James Carr. I'm Dave Fletcher. Just in case you were wondering.
Not at all. Ooh, Dave Fletcher on your radio.
In comes Dahl. It strikes the pad. It would have been outside the line, I fancy, from where his pad ended up. Ball dribbles out into the offside and there's no run. It was very much a stifled appeal from Dahl, who turns around and marches back to his mark. Now I've been told we've got to say who we are more.
Yep.
Just in case anybody was wondering. No reason why they would, really. It's another aircraft goes overhead. I don't know if you can hear that. And I'll get a message fairly soon from somebody to tell me where it's going or where it's coming from. As in comes Dahl and bowls. That one is driven straight back down the ground. I'm not sure whether Dahl got anything on it, if it was just entirely mistimed by Lythe. Either way, Lewis Rees got around from mid-on fairly comfortably to do the fielding.
It's the 12:23 from Alicante.
Yes, thank you.
8 minutes late.
How many people on board? I'll get a message once the stream catches up. Here's Dahl once again around the wicket, bowls to Lythe, who just guides this to backward point, where the hatless Zach Chappell does the fielding. And there it is again. Lythe counted to 6 magnificently, moves on to 90, pinches the strike. Root has 39 and Yorkshire 197 for 2.
The golden voice of David Fletcher. Could you just say the following line for me?
Anything you want. I'm very much known as being a performing monkey, so yeah.
Okay, repeat after me.
Oh dear.
The first.
The first. The
last. My everything.
Oh mate, he's just an absolute guilty pleasure. Is Barry White? I think for everybody. Oh baby.
Yeah, it's the talk that he does before he starts singing in that song, isn't it? I can't remember what he says.
Just brilliant. Just brilliant.
Does set the pulse racing though, doesn't it? Here's Zach Chappell trying to do the same, and Adam Lythe, he's such a good puller of the ball. That was not his best return from one such shot, tucking the knee up, and he got a bit of bat on it and a bit of thigh pad on it, I think, but he's got a single. Fletcher's just going to go off and practice the rest of the Barry White songbook. 198 for 2. Lythe into the 90s now, and Zach Chappell. In and bowling here to Root, who's watchful, pushing that one into the offside. No run. 106 now, this pair have put on. James Carr is back.
Afternoon, Jonathan. I hope whoever's controlling the pictures for the live stream can. I'll come back after this ball.
Chappell to Root, who plays one of his several out shots just to relieve the pressure, runs it out to backward point there and picks up one.
I was going to say, I hope the people controlling the live stream pictures catch Fletch stuff in his face as much as they did me when I was in the back of the box.
Yeah. Obviously, with my personal, broadcasting dietitian, I've been very careful about what I've been putting inside my body today. These crisps are nice though. 199 for 2, waiting for Zach Chappell to move in and bowl this. And he does to Lyth, who's flicking very purposefully off his legs for 4 through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. He was just slightly leaning towards the offside, and for a moment you thought he might go all the way, but he held his position well, and there's a yawning gap through there. Zach Chappell just straying line-wise. Nelson, the partnership now, 111, and then of course brought the 200 up for Yorkshire. Adam Lyth possibly 1 stroke away from 100. Not quite, because he just flicked one off the hip to deep backward square leg and picks up 1. And he's on to 96. 204 for 2. 15 fours he's hit so far. And he's had a bit of luck on his side today, but you're going to need some of that as an opening batter as you go along. And you've got to do that cashing in thing when you get your opportunity. Better delivery from Chappell here, which is full and blocked by Joe Root to complete the 46th over at 204 for 2. Just have to carry on with Adam on 96 here, just in case. It's been a rough old ride at times. Finley Bean was dropped a couple of times earlier in the day. Adam Lyth also put down on 22 and again on 80. And Anish Dal to bowl to Adam Lyth at the Howard stand end. So the man from Whitby waits. Dahl comes in. That could be it. No, good piece of fielding. Very good piece of fielding to deny him the boundary that shot would otherwise have drawn. David Lloyd, I think the man it was, diving to his right. Dahl just over pitching there. And Lyth almost taking full toll. In comes Anuj Dal once again then. Right arm round the wicket, straight. And Lyth works it up to mid-on. And there is no run. Still got the 1 slip in place, plus a gully. Chappell out at backward point on the boundary edge by the northeast stand scoreboard. And then they've got a cover mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, deep backward square and long leg as Dahl's latest delivery is wide of off-stump and Adam Lyth plays the leave. He's been out there since flag fall this morning. Total of 200 minutes of batting. Well, that's at 96. And Anuj Dal bowled really well against Yorkshire. I think it was at Scarborough last year. Would love to take his wicket before he gets to another landmark. Doesn't get his wicket with this delivery, but causes Lyth a little bit of discomfort. Didn't play that entirely comfortably back up the pitch. Joe Root just scraping at the follow-through footmarks of Anuj Dal. Trying to clean the pitch up. Darling again, wide of off stump, Lyth over the top of it and leaving. I'm pleased to report, at least at 4th floor level, it does feel quite a lot warmer in here. In fact, I might take a layer off actually. It was chilly enough this morning. Chris been eating at the back of the box, being professional there and not doing it while on air. It's Dahl's in, Lyth steps back and just pushes that one out to Zach Chappell, who is out at deep backward point, and they pick up another single. We'll carry on then with Adam, who's kept the strike. Doidgy nicking the strike in the com box.
On the temperature, it's still 9 degrees according
Is that all
to
it is?
according to my telecommunication device. Yeah.
I'm tougher than I thought. I'm down to 3 layers now. So it's going to be Zach Chappell to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Derbyshire, well, they've used 47 overs of this ball, so long way to go with it yet. Adam Lyth just stepping out of the way. I think, as we've said pretty much from the gun this morning, pitch will play well. There's clearly always going to be a bit of moisture around, certainly with the temperatures we've got. So any slight dampness in the pitch being drawn out as the day's gone on. Dry day, the sun's been poking through now and again. Chappell's first delivery of the over is just dropped into the offside by Lyth. He wanted to take him on for a single but was sent back by Joe Root. 3 o'clock on display, so we are, well, theoretically 40 minutes away from tea, but there are still 14 overs and 5 balls to go before that, so that feels much more like 4 o'clock for the tea break. Chappell turns again, comes in and bowls to Lyth, who's getting a delivery wide of off stump and leaves. Encouragement, no lack of that out there from David Lloyd, Derbyshire skipper, and the ring of fielders. Got to keep each other up because wickets have been tough to come by, the last of them to fall at 12:31 today. Third ball of the 22nd over, so 25 overs with that delivery since a wicket fell. Lyth just punches one into the offside. And straight to cover, no run. Over 8 remains on -2. So the Derbyshire boys got a bit of catching up to do. The run rate, pretty healthy, isn't it, for red ball cricket at 4.32. Chappell turns again. In past umpire Martin Saggers. Straight. And well kept out by Adam Lyth. That was a decent delivery that kept him honest.
It's just a quiet hum in anticipation here for Adam Lyth. Just 3 away from those 3 figures.
Chappell in. Lyth, ooh, has he gone here? He has. That's the end of Adam Lyth. Caught behind, a feather through off the bowling of Chappell, and Brooke Guest takes his wicket, and Lyth gone for 97 and Yorkshire 205 for 3.
Yeah, Adam Lyth walking off very slowly there, 3 short of the century milestone. Very quiet around Headingley, but the Yorkshire stalwart has to depart. 205 minutes at the crease, 157 balls, 15 boundaries in that total of 97. Weathered the storm early doors, got a bit of luck when he was dropped on 22. But despite just falling 3 runs short of 100, that's a really important innings, and it's built a really solid foundation in this first innings for Yorkshire.
Yeah, great effort in pretty tricky batting circumstances, as you say. He did ride his luck, 22 and 80, those 2 drops, but third time lucky for Derbyshire as far as Adam Lyth's wicket's concerned, but it has cost him, hasn't it? 75 runs since that first drop that he added, and Harry Brook makes his way out to the middle to bat with Joe Root, a partnership that, of course, in the second innings at Lord's last week lasted just the 1 ball because Harry Brook walked out and was out LBW first ball. But there will be a determination, I'm sure, about coming back from that. We saw his brilliance here right at the very start of the season with a 69 ball ton, and I think everybody accepted that he could have got that in going on for 10 balls fewer, but there was the brakes applied as he approached the 3-figure mark. First of all, he's got to get himself going here and in, and most immediately of the lot, try and see off the first delivery. And I'm sure he'll be keeping a close eye on what's been going on out there from the sidelines, and Joe Root's just had the requisite chat from the non-striking batter. 2 slips, so they've brought one back in here, because of course it would be a big fillip for Derbyshire if they could pick up Harry Brook early. So 2 slips and a gully, a point, gap through the covers. There's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and still 2 men set back, interestingly. Deep backward square and a long leg. Chappell over the wicket, full, and Brook immediately off the mark. Flicking one to deep backward square leg off his legs for a single. That'll make him feel better after last week. 206 for 3 then at the end of an eventful Zach Chappell over. He's now got 1 for 49 from 10 overs and 2 maidens, and we are bang on halfway through the day in terms of number of overs to be played. 48 gone, 48 to go.
It always seems to be the case, that, isn't it? Something miraculous happens, a whirlwind century like what Harry Brook scored, and then you're back down to earth, aren't you, with the first ball a week later. It's just funny how cricket levels itself out at times. But the foundations have been laid here for Yorkshire at 206 for 3. There's not really a better time to walk out here at Headingley. The pitch seems to be playing true. The ball doesn't seem to be doing anything too sinister. Halfway through the day, the sun has crept out between the clouds, although there are some dark clouds above us. Anuj Dal is to continue from the Howard stand end to the new batter, Harry Brook. He just digs that one in short and wide, and Brook's able to get it away with a straight bat to deep backward point for 1 run. Run rate up to 4.29. It's been well above 4 since that cameo innings from Shan Masood in the morning session. Masood, the skipper, scoring 40 off all dealt in boundaries, 10 fours, as Dal's in again, and there's oohs and ahs. He gets that one to jag into Joe Root, and it's turned into leg side down to more of a long leg for a single. Dal's arms went up in the air then. He was interested for a second as it jagged into the pads of Joe Root, but he just got enough bat on it to keep the Derbyshire bowler out. So Harry Brook back on strike. 2 international batters at the crease for Yorkshire. Short and wide again. This time it's cut away backward of point. There's going to be a bit of work to do for the Derbyshire fielder down there. And he's outstretched along the ground, but he can't stop it. And that's 4 more runs to the Yorkshire total, and the first boundary for Harry Brook in this match.
Yeah, it was Alex Thompson who was diving in vain.
I've got sunglasses on, I couldn't quite read the screen then to see who it was, but he's a big lad, is Alex Thompson, and if anyone could have stretched to get that, it would have been him, but it just evaded him. 2-1-2 for 3 as Dal's in to Brook. This one goes down the leg side, but the keeper stood up, and for a second there was an ooh, because it could have been a leg side stumping, but Brook guessed the keeper didn't quite take it clean. Brook on to 6 then. Root 41 at the non-striker's end, as David Lloyd hands the ball from mid-on to Anuj Dal, who's in past the umpire now, right arm over the wicket, and Brook plays a forward defensive and just drops it to that vacant cover point region and steals another single, as we get a bit more air traffic over LS6.
Yeah, we've got passing air traffic, and as I think Fletch pointed out a while ago, looks pretty grim away to our left, which is cloud from the east side of the ground.
Darlene once again from the Howard stand end. He's full and straight, and Root just plays a checked on drive up to the Derbyshire skipper David Lloyd. That concludes the over. Yorkshire 2-1, 3 for 3 as we approach 10 past 3. Dahl 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 61. Back end of this first spell was a little bit expensive. He started off quite tight in the morning, got the ball to seam around a little bit. It was unfortunate to have a couple of catches dropped off his bowling. Chappell got himself through 10 overs, again a couple of drop catches off his bowling, which has not helped his figures, but 1 for 49 from Zach Chappell, who's going to continue.
Yep, so Harry Brook takes his stance, just faced one delivery of Chappell, final ball of the previous Chappell over. Got him off the mark and he's solidly behind this one. And as I say, you can bet there'll be a renewed determination. You wonder what he's gone away and done and worked on since last week, what he thought about his performance across those 2 innings at Lords. Such a worker in terms of the time he puts in hitting balls in practice. One of the major reasons why he's got where he is today, apart from that natural talent that he had to work with in the first place. That's dug out. Good Yorker attempt by Zach Chappell, and Harry had to watch that all the way onto the bat. Working hard then to get himself in here. 7 on the board. This potentially fruitful partnership for Yorkshire, of course. 2 superb players and a superb shot by Harry Brook. Chappell over pitching. Said it at Lords last week when we saw an example of it, and I'll say it again today. Hardest shot in the book to get over the top of and play along the deck all the way, the on drive, and that is a spot on example of it from Harry Brook.
Yeah, Chappell's just gone searching there, got a little bit greedy and got a bit too full, and beautiful balance, just stood upright. That Gray Nichols blade comes through perfectly straight. 4 more runs.
Chappell in again. Oh, look at that. Absolutely hammered away off the back foot. Just the teeniest, tiniest bit of room afforded by Zach Chappell's delivery. Timed that so well. He absolutely rocketed away backward of point for 4 down towards the Taverners stand. And drew deserved applause from an appreciative crowd here that have, I think, grown in number as the day's gone on. 15 to Harry now already. 221 for 3, and the first batting point really comes into view. 29 runs away from that.
Yeah, and it's not going to take too long. Almost 4.5 and over now, the run rate. Contrasting delivery there from Zach Chappell, short and wide, feeding that cut shot from Harry Brook. Ball's taking a little bit of time to get back to the bowl. I'm not sure they're too pleased about the condition of the ball. A few covers down there towards the Taverners stand, where it meets the east stand, whether it's got a bit wet.
Here comes Chappell again down the leg side. Harry has a little flick at that. Brook Guest doesn't take it cleanly, and they're coming back for a second, and it's going to be two bites, says Martin Saggers. So he missed everything, including a clean take from Guest. First buys, I think, of the match. Extras now at 12. And we have 1 ball to go in the 50th over. Brook on strike. In comes Chappell, up there to drive. Invitation accepted by Harry. Didn't get all of that, and it bounces away on its way to David Lloyd to field at mid-off. So, end of the over, An eventful one with 2 tremendous strokes played there by Harry Brook. 15 to him, 41 to Joe Root, who's not seen much bowling during the last few overs. There was a couple of overs where we were hanging on for Adam Lyth to try and get to the 3 figures. Then he lost his wicket, and then since then it's been mainly Harry as well. So I'd say probably Joe's only faced a couple in the last 4-5 overs. But he's still there, 223 for 3 after 50.
Joe Root just changing his bat there. Mickey Edwards out with about 8 or 9 new balance bats. Root's swapped his blade. Just twiddling his new bat, tapping it in his crease, waiting for Anuj Dal to continue from the Howard stand end. There's a conference at the moment between bowler and captain. Root's gone for a little garden. He's now back in his crease. And Dal is on his way. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root. Lovely on drive from Joe Root, but Dal getting a hand off his own bowling, then eventually fielded by the skipper David Lloyd at mid-on. So the new blade of Joe Root sounding very, very nice. Leather on willow. Dal then with 65 on his back, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root. He's full and straight, and Root turns it into mid-wicket. It's well fielded and there's no run. Such a treat to have the England centrally contracted players available to play quite a lot of cricket for the Yorkshire county. As Dal is in once again, he's full and straight, and Joe Root plays a forward defensive which trickles up the ground to mid-on for no run. Sun's just gone back behind the clouds. We're blocked in now by the cloud cover, although we've got quite a few lighter clouds, so hopefully the rain stays away. The forecast for later on in the afternoon is around 25-30% as Dal is in, and it's almost a carbon copy of the ball before as Joe Root comes forward to a full ball. The ball once again trickles up to that mid-on fielder in David Lloyd. Anuj Dal in once again, on the money once again. This time Joe Root defends it onto the offside, and it's another dot. Yorkshire 223 for 3. One ball left in this over. That'll make it 51 overs gone in the day. Another 45 to come. Run rate up to 4.39. It's been well above 4 since the lunch interval as Dal is in once again. Offers a little bit of width this time, and Root tries to manoeuvre it into a gap on the offside, but to no avail, and that concludes another Anuj Dal over. 14 overs for him now. Yorkshire 223 for 3.
Yeah, going along okay. Certainly going along well in respect of what could have been a significantly worse situation, having lost the toss in bowler-friendly overhead conditions today. But as we said before, if you're just joining us more recently, you may not know, but 4 catches dropped by Derbyshire today. Finlay Bean benefiting on a couple of occasions, for he was out for 18, and then Adam Lyth dropped on both 22 and 80 before eventually being dismissed for 97, agonisingly close to a third century of the campaign. So change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. It's going to be Lewis Rees. Rees 4 overs, 1 for 25 earlier. Picked up the wicket of Shan Masood, but struggle to find any consistency. Hence only bowling the 4. David Lloyd hoping that he can get into some sort of rhythm here. He's bowling left arm over the wicket to Harry Brook, right-handed of course, so it's a ball short of length, leg stump first up. Now Harry just slips and loses his footing at the end of his first run, but manages to recover sufficiently to get back and make it into a 2. They've gone here with a slip, with no gully or third man, or have they? In fact, yeah, we're going to have Aaron Donald jogging back into the cord, and he's going to be at gully, fairly short of gully as well. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. Man set back in front of square leg, and he's not going to be needed here. That's not a good delivery at all by Lewis Rees. Just short of half volley length really. And Harry standing tall from the crease, and he's just lofted that straight back over the bowler's head for 4, and just dismissive, to be honest.
Yeah, it kind of swung into his arc, didn't it? It was a long half volley, and Harry Brook is not going to be asked twice about what he's going to do with that ball.
So 4 runs, 21 to him. He's got 21 out of a partnership of 24 thus far for the 4th wicket, 229 for 3. What has Rees got in response to that? Well, he bowls one that swings in towards Harry Brook and didn't play that altogether as well. Just dragged it to Zach Chappell, who is set a little bit deeper than the norm at mid-on. He's got a dot ball, something to think for Harry to think about.
He threw the kitchen sink at that one, didn't he, and lost his shape a little bit.
Yep, he wasn't holding back. Racing again, up there to drive. Invitation accepted once more by Harry Brook, and 4 more for Harry Brook. Wide of off stump this time, not dissimilar in length to the one that he'd smashed back down the ground from the first ball of the over. This time 4, just a little bit wider through the offside. Stand and deliver, and a check drive for 4. 25 to Harry, and 233 for 3 now for Yorkshire in the 52nd over.
Yeah, this could be soul destroying for Derbyshire if Brook gets going. Very cutely just opened the face on that one and went inside out to access that short boundary on the offside. Lots of conversations now between players, fielders moving around, deep extra cover's gone out. Mid-on and mid-off have stayed up though.
Here's Rees again, up there to drive once more, and Harry's doing it again. This time can't get it past the tumbling David Lloyd running round straight, and they get just the 1 this time, but already 26 to Harry Brook. He's faced just the 16 and hit 5 of them for 4s.
Yeah, he's not half hitting the ball hard. He's again another medium pace bowler, Rees. It could just feel quite friendly for Harry Brook. Anything slightly over pitch and he can climb into it.
Rees to Root, who just leans effortlessly on this one through mid-wicket. Harry Kane coming in from the boundary edge to field, and another 1, so another expensive over from Rees, and he's now gone for 37 off 5 overs, and he has picked up the wicket of Shan Masood. But if you're David Lloyd today and you're looking at what your bowlers have produced, they've created opportunities for the team that on 4 occasions haven't been taken, and yeah, you'd be pretty disappointed about the inconsistencies, I think, at times. While there has been some good stuff thrown in as well, not in a throwing sense, obviously.
But they've won the toss, which was the first job, and they've not really executed what you need to do in the first hour at Headingley. You know, they've not held their catches. 3 went down in the first 50 minutes. Another catch went down the leg side to Adam Lyth in the 80s. All of a sudden you've got Harry Brook and Joe Root in at 20 for 2 and 30 for 3, and it's very different. The pitch is strong, it's good, the air's cool, so it's not going to be lots of movement with the ball, so it's opportunities missed for Derbyshire.
David Lloyd himself saying, well, if you lot can't do it, I better have a go myself. So he's coming on. 7th bowler already used here. Now, economy rates, I know they're not everything, but they just give you a flavour. Zach Chappell's gone up more than 5 and over. Anuj Dal 4.35. Lewis Rees 7.4 and Pat Brown 5. And so he's only really had any sort of control consistently from Blair Ticknett and from Alex Thompson during their spells.
So the skipper Lloyd is on, right arm over the wicket from the Howard stand end, and he's full and straight to Joe Root, who nudges the ball into the leg side for no run. Brooke Guest, the keeper, stood up to the medium pace of David Lloyd. A little bit of shape into the right-handed Joe Root, looking at that replay. I think the ploy here will be to try and beat that inside edge of the bat, LBW, and try and dot up, if not that, as Lloyd's in once again, and a very similar result as Root comes forward. This time ball just dropping into the offside, but same result of a dot ball.
Dot up. Is that one of these things that, you know, when you've been on the inside like you, is that inner sanctum talk? Is it dot up?
Dotting it up, yeah.
Dotting it up, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a...
Not for sort of the likes of journalists.
It's a plastering term as well, I believe, dotting up. Anyway, David Lloyd in, this time down the leg side. Root's tickled this one. It could bisect the fielders there at fine leg and deep square leg, as it does, as you can hear to the applause from the Yorkshire faithful, as Root moves on to 46 with another boundary.
You know much about plastering, do you?
Not really, no. Just dotting and dabbing, that's all I know, really.
He's got the manual labourer look, hasn't he? When he's bending over, don't look down.
Yorkshire 239 for 3 then, as David Lloyd is in once again, and Joe Root pushes this one through the offside to that deep extra cover fielder for another run, taking him on to 47. The Yorkshire clock ticks past 2:40.
Yeah, it's been pretty serene progress for Joe, hasn't it, really? He's just been Joe.
Yeah,
he's going at 58, 57 I should say.
He just doesn't seem to break into a sweat, does he? He plays very straight and late and manages to find the gaps, as Lloyd's in this time to Harry Brook, who also plays very straight and late and plays a forward defensive. Yeah, he just kind of seems to get to 40 with it, whether he's playing white ball cricket, county cricket, international cricket, red ball cricket. He just seems to get to 40 quite serenely and quietly, and it's a pleasure to have 2 England internationals at the crease now, as Harry Brook plays forward to another David Lloyd delivery, and there's no run. That concludes the first over bowl by the skipper David Lloyd today. Yorkshire 240 for 3, approaching the half-3 mark. 43 overs left in the day. Another 11 in 11 before we have tea, actually. Is that right? 32 before we have tea, isn't it?
James just taking a breather, and Fletch, well-deserved breather as well. He's taken on the bulk there, to be honest with you, and he's picked up the slack. So we have another change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end, and it looks to me as though this is Alex Thompson.
It is. It is. I'm indebted to Steve Doggett, who sent me the Barry White words. So I will keep them. We got it together, didn't we? You know, all that kind of stuff. So when we have a quiet moment over the course of the next couple of days, and I'm sure there will be quiet moments over the next couple of days.
I think we should even start the broadcast early tomorrow.
I'm not here tomorrow.
Just to do that. Oh no, you're not, are you?
I'm not here tomorrow.
You're knocking off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fletch is off to watch what, Fleetwood and Burton tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex Thompson with his off spin, bowling to Joe Root, who turns that one into the leg side, no run. Now we are going to be hearing from Matt Henry of BBC Sport Online.
Yes, not the real Matt Henry, the one who works for the BBC.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he's had a million times, and I apologise immediately for him.
Yep. Root pushes one out into the offside, no run. So at the end of the over, I'll bring Matt in to have a chat with Fletch, but he'll be able to tell you about all the exciting things that BBC Sport Online offer and how brilliant he is with the written word.
Will he?
Well,
okay.
Presumably.
Is that what it's on?
Thompson is in, and Joe Root pushing one into the offside, no run. But actually, you see these names, don't you? It's the first time I've met Matt today, and I've seen his name on BBC emails and pieces I've read and all of that. And you kind of don't know where people fit in, so maybe he can just give us a picture of the
They don't look anything like I imagined.
And what goes on. As well as doing a bit of commentary as well.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be handy. Thompson is in, and that's driven through the offside by Joe Root, and will be four. He's being chased down by Anuj Dal, but he was never going to get there. And Root moves on to 51. It's been an excellent Joe Root sort of an innings, really. He's just taken his time, kept the scoreboard ticking, put the bad ball away, and it is an 82nd first class 50 to go with 43 hundreds. It's not bad, is he? He's not bad. Well played, Joe, as he is one who hasn't given a chance in this innings, and he pushes that latest delivery back to Alex Thompson. There's one to come in the over, after which I shall disappear.
Lights have come on. Did you mention that?
Oh, no. And there's still dot ball, final ball of the over. The floodlights, they just have come on, as you mentioned them. Yeah, so well spotted. You were right on it there. 10 overs still to go before tea, so he could be here a while yet, but 244 for 3, Root 51, Brook 26. And I'll disappear and bring in Matt.
Cheers, Dodgy. Yeah, lights on. It has gone a little bit gloomy. I was going to say there's no threat of rain. The rain we can see at the far end of the ground. Yeah. The rain you can see at the far end of the ground, which is the opposite end to the view that you've got on the stream at the moment. It looks quite nice. And that's the area it's coming from. So I think that's probably good. Oh, careful, that's got stuff in it. Oh yeah, no, I'll keep that one. It's my bin. I don't like stuff chucking on me, chewing gum all over the floor. That's bad form, really. Matt, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Covering Derbyshire. For a man who covers Derbyshire, I'm as well as can be expected, given that they've dropped 12 catches in 2 matches and 1.5 sessions, or whatever it is.
Blair Tickner was an angry man this morning, wasn't he?
Well, he's so mild-mannered normally, that's the thing. It's Lewis Rees from the football stand in and bowl. No, he doesn't bowl. He holds on to it. So Hassan Adnan signals dead ball. There's no real need to do that, but it's always nice when they do. And we'll start that one again. Well, I won't quiz you too hard about what you're doing and what you do and all the rest of it. Dodgy's clearly very interested in what happens online, isn't he? I think he might want a job, I don't know. I'm not sure he's capable, though.
No comment from me.
He's just finished eating his crisps. That's the longest anybody's taken to eat a bag of crisps. As the first ball from the Lewis Rees over is turned by Harry Brook into the leg side, and he picks up a single, and he moves on to 27. This partnership already worth 40 off 38 deliveries, for goodness sake. Oh, mate, it's absolutely, and thoroughly deserved, I'm sure. I have no idea, really. No. It's a whole new, it's a big wide world, is the online section of the BBC. Blimey. Here comes Rees again and bowls to Root, who turns this off his hips down towards backward square leg for a single.
I mean, on a watching brief, see, I don't live far away from Headingley. So
as you can tell from your accent. Yeah.
Well, from the north. Not this area of the north originally, but yeah, around here now. And Harry Brook and Joe Root are batting on what was a sunny day this morning. So I thought I'd come along and do a bit of work from here. But yeah, it's good to get out to some county cricket, because we don't get out too much, but it's good to be here.
Here is Reese in and bowls, and it's smashed back over his head by Brook for 6. Blimey, that's gone a long way. Hassan Adnan raises his hands. The 250's up for Yorkshire, 252 for 3, and Harry Brook moves on to 33. Just dispatched it down the ground.
It's quite the shot. I mean, I last saw Brook in the flesh I was out in India for the 50 over World Cup before Christmas, when Brook was obviously playing for England, and there probably wasn't enough of shots like that from any of the England team in that World Cup, but that was something from the one-day game and quite impressive. Into at least the first tier, I think that went to there.
You'd have probably felt like I feel covering Derbyshire, I would have thought. It's that slight sense of disappointment.
There was a period in the middle of that World Cup tour where reality hit home that this wasn't going to be the World Cup we thought we were covering.
Reese in again and bowls to Brook. Oh, almost plays on. Got a bottom edge and it bounces past the stumps. So no luck for Lewis Reese or Derbyshire on that occasion. He was playing another aggressive shot. Where did it bounce? I'm just looking at the replay here. Oof. Bounced into the ground outside off stump and almost went over the stumps. He did hit it hard. I suppose that's the one advantage. Oh no, missed leg stump. And the shoulders slump a little more. 252 for 3. Reese bowls smashed out towards long off, wide long off for 4 more by Brook. He's not going to mess about here. He's moved on to 37 off 22 deliveries. That was his 6th 4, as well as that 6 that he hit the ball before last. 50 partnership as well between Root and Brook. Brook's got 37 of those. Joe Root happy to play second fiddle to Harry Brook. There we go. They'll get there in the end, the supporters. They will get there in the end. There we go. I know it's on the screen. They'll all get there, presumably. Well, they've all stopped. It has been brutal from Harry Brook.
He just stands there and hits through the ball, doesn't he? That's what Brook, he gets so still, his head's so still, and then the ball comes down and he's just in a perfect position, when he's playing well, in a perfect position to just hit it, it seems, wherever he wants.
He's hit it so hard it's gone out of shape, because the ball's now been shown to Hassan Adnan, who's going to bring it across to Martin Saggers, who presumably has the equipment to try and get the ball through it. I'd be surprised if it didn't go through it. It generally does. First go, yeah, it's gone through it, no problem at all. So Derbyshire's bid to change the ball, I don't think it's the ball's fault. The bid to change the ball has failed.
It's been a funny shape, and that's why they keep dropping it, clearly.
Yes. Conversation going on out there that sounds fascinating. Here is Lewis Reese then in bowled to Brook, who drives into the offside straight to Harry Came, who's on one of the wickets that's being protected by the Hessian mats. That was the final ball of the over. 256 for 3 Yorkshire have been put into bat this morning. Let's not forget Joe Root has 52. Harry Brook's got 37, but I won't be surprised if by the time I do my next update in 25 minutes time he's on 100. This could get very, very messy.
That sigh gave a lot away there.
Could get, well, I mean, I've only been doing it since 2016. Twice I've seen Derbyshire go through a season without winning a championship match, which I think is a terrific effort by me. I'm also about to watch Burton Albion, who might be relegated, and there are people suggesting that it's my presence at these sporting venues that is the issue. I want to refute that here and now, although I did help Halifax Town out of the Football League many years ago when I was working for the local paper, and then soon after that, about 5 years after that, they went bust completely. Go on, Matt. You're doing a bit, yeah?
Yeah, I can
Excellent.
do.
Go on.
Yeah, time for a bit of spin. And it's Reese, and this one's attempted to work away off the pads by Root, but it's just dribbled out into the leg side.
Those clouds. They did show a shot from behind us, which is where the weather's coming from, and it looked a lot more pleasant, so hopefully we'll escape.
Reese again, round the wicket to Root, who's on the front foot, as we see so often, just flicks it out to deep square leg, or deep mid-wicket maybe. It doesn't feel like the conditions that you'd expect spinners to be bowling, but the seamers have gone around the park, so there's not much you can do as a captain, I guess. It feels like with the floodlights on, gloomy, you can see the 4 shadows around each of the field, that it's a seam bowling conditions, but spin it is, and Brook on strike now. Tall Reese in again, round the wicket. Just defended a rare defensive shot by Harry Brook. He looked like he wanted to go back and cut that, but thought better of it.
He'll have one look. That was his one look. He'll unleash next delivery. He did really well in the first match that the Derbyshire played, the game down at Glamorgan, when he got 12 wickets in the match, Alex Thompson. 7 in the first, 5 in the second.
Yep, Thompson again, and he's... Oh, Brook does go back that time. Forces it off the stumps. I said Reese for the first 2 balls, didn't I? Sorry.
Don't worry about it. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes.
It's too easy thinking about the previous over.
If it was a mistake, who knows?
Thompson it is. Definitely Thompson, and Brook has come down to prod at the pitch. Floodlights glaring down off the players' whites really, and Thompson again round the wicket. Brook just tucks it away out to deep square leg. Fielder comes in and a throw straight back over the stumps, but more than enough time for Root to just wander down for that single.
These two are making it look so easy, aren't they? The pair of them. Ridiculous, really.
Thompson again. Root forward again. It's very, very similar to the previous ball, only this time he pushes it to Chappell at mid-on and just wanders down for a single. Like I say, it's very easy cricket. You can tell that these two are high-quality cricketers, and they're just able to milk the spin bowling from Alex Thompson.
Well, what Derbyshire are doing here, because they don't produce any Test cricketers of their own at the moment, not since Dominic Cork, what they're doing is they're helping to get 2 of England's premier batsmen into a bit of form ready for the summer, the double Test series against Pakistan and New Zealand?
Pakistan.
Sri Lanka.
Pakistan first in the T20s, and then Sri Lanka and the West Indies, yeah.
Sri Lanka and the West. I knew there was somebody coming. So they're just getting these 2 back into a bit of form.
It's the interesting thing, isn't it, that it's Brook's next international cricket is, we expect that T20 World Cup in the West Indies, so no surprise to see him on the attack, I guess.
Joe Root's on strike and he's batting a long way out of his crease as Lewis Rees begins a new over. He's got an appeal for leg before wicket. I have no idea why. And he stifles it pretty quickly. I'm not sure even I would get excited for that one, but we'll see a replay now. Pitched outside leg, going down leg. Well, it might have hit the stumps, I suppose, but it pitched outside leg. You're not going to get many. I just realised that I haven't read any scores from anywhere else out today, which is always good when I'm trying to deflect away from a poor performance. So I might try and do that during the course of this over. Only 2 other games in the second division this week as Rees is in, bowls to Root, who just dabs it down backwards square on the offside. It's picked up by an Aaron Donald. And there's no run. Middlesex, who were put into bat by Gloucestershire at Bristol, were 194 for 8. There you go, that's how you do it. Northamptonshire, who were put into bat by Leicestershire, at 240 for 3, so that's not how you do it. That's pretty much on a par with what's happening here. They're the only 2 other games going on in the County Championship, so no games for Glamorgan or Sussex this round of matches. As Rees is in again and bowls to Root, who just late cuts that one beautifully in between the slip and the gully, and it's going to race away down to probably the longest part of the boundary, down at a very wide third man for 4 runs. Ben Aitchison was chasing it, so was an Aaron Donald. Neither looked like they were ever going to get there, and Root moves to 58 and Yorkshire to 263 for 3. Nottinghamshire aren't struggling, which is always disappointing. They're 215 for 4 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, having chosen to bat this morning. Durham 260 for 5, middling really. They chose to bat against Essex at Chester Street. They've done well to get any play up there. It'll be freezing up there as Rees is in, and that one is a miss-hit drive really out towards mid-wicket by Joe Root, fielded out there by Zach Chappell. Root picks up another single to move on to 59, 264 for 3. Hampshire bowled out for 151 by Surrey at the Oval. Surrey already 18 for 1. Proper pitch that. Plenty in it for the bowlers by the look of it. And Somerset 178 for 4 against Worcestershire at Kidderminster. Beautiful Kidderminster, having been put into bat. Rees is in and bowls. That one is a defensive drive. That's about as defensive as Harry Brook gets, isn't it, really? Defensive drive up to mid-off by Brook. And there is no run. I think that's all the games. So, yeah, 4 in the top flight, 3 in the... Yeah, that makes sense because there can only be 4 in the top flight. There we are. We're bang up to date.
Ollie Robinson in the runs again for Durham today, which is interesting to see when we see two England players in the middle here and then another one who can't be that far away.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? In comes Rees again, puts a bit of effort into that one, and it's just dispatched out towards the extra cover boundary, the cover boundary really, by Harry Brook. That was a terrific shot. Absolutely minimum effort for maximum-ish return. Picks up another boundary, moves to 42. Yorkshire 268 for 3 at the end of the over. The partnership now 63 off 55 balls. And if it could get any worse for Derbyshire, it probably is.
Emphatic stuff that again from Brook. I think that emphatic is the word that you'd use to describe Brook so far. He just looks totally convinced every time he comes. That bat lifts up and he decides he's going to have a big swing. He just commits fully, and he's already planted one into the stands in front of that one through the covers, and yeah, it's just such a good player.
Medium pace county bowlers aren't going to trouble him though, are they?
That's the thing,
really,
isn't it? Yeah.
If, as expected, Yorkshire get back in the first division, this batting lineup would do pretty well in the top flight as well. It's ridiculous, really.
Back to the spin of Thompson again, and how he comes out the reverse sweep from Joe Root now and just adds to Derbyshire's problems. The ball going down to third, past the slip for 4 more, and we haven't really seen much invention from Root today. Really, he's been very. What is he now? He's 63 from 97 balls, I think.
Yeah.
And he's batted very steadily. It's not the things we saw in India with the test team of him scooping over the slips and that sort of thing. He's played very sensibly until that reverse sweep off the spin of Alex Thompson. Thompson again. Root goes back and he just very, very casually just guides it outside off stump and takes another single in the same sort of region that he hit that sweep shot, but off the back foot this time.
Blair Tickner is warming up for another burst.
Tickner got hit around the park in New Zealand, I seem to remember, possibly by these two. Definitely Harry Brook got runs in the the test series when England were last in New Zealand as well. Thompson again. Brook solid in defences. Tickner waves his arms around at short fine leg, I guess that position is, but doing a few side steps now as well, just to get warmed up for one last burst under the floodlights before tea. Brook prods away at the crease and then goes back and defends Thompson for the back foot again. He's been probably more watchful against the spin than he has against the seam, Brook, so far.
Yes. Sorry, I'm making myself laugh now. I'll tell you in a minute. I'll be back with you.
Brook again squats and then prods forward onto the front foot. Bit of respite for Derbyshire as well. That's 3 dot balls in a row.
Yeah, pressure's
2
building.
dot balls.
Pressure's building. Dear, oh dear.
The last ball of the over. Brook waits again for Thompson around the wicket. And that one's wide, but Brook misses out on the cut. Probably there to be hit, that one, with a rare chance for Brook, but he missed out. And at the end of the over, Yorkshire had 273 for 3 under dark skies, but in a very, very strong position in this match.
I was laughing for 2 reasons. Nick's been in touch to ask me if I killed an albatross and would I please stay away from Pride Park tomorrow. I won't be anywhere near Pride Park tomorrow, don't worry about that, Nick. It is, I think, going to be Blair Tickner for the first time from the football stand end. 6 catches have been dropped off his bowling in the 2 matches and whatever. But of course they only bowled once against Leicestershire because they were asked to follow on and they had to save the match, and saved it thanks largely to Alex Thompson and Wayne Madsen batting 27 overs on the Sunday and then it absolutely hammering it down for the entirety of Monday. I mean, he must be wondering why he's come. He is, as we discussed off air, he's mild-mannered, but they're testing his patience. But he's always got a smile on his face. I have no idea why, but he does, and more power to him as he just goes through his bowling action. But it is interesting, if he was knocked around the park playing Test cricket by these two, he'll be looking for a little bit of revenge, I fancy. Whether he gets any is an entirely different matter. Brook on 42, Root on 64, the partnership 68 of 61 balls, and Tickner bowls to Root and almost gets through. He just gets his bat down on that one, turns it out towards backward square leg, where it's fielded by Pat Brown, and there is no run. Now, if I wasn't, I don't want them to come off, because we've missed 5 full days of cricket so far this season, watching Derbyshire. But I think the lights have taken over from the natural light here. You can clearly see shadows now. Keep him out there, because it can't be easy to bat. But I don't think it's not very easy to field either, is it, with the red ball in these conditions? As Tickner bowls and is crashed away backward of square by Brook. That's a good stop by Alex Thompson on the boundary. The batsmen are coming back for a second, and they get back comfortably enough in the end. In fact, Brook ends up running into Brook Guest. One with the knee, one without.
Tickner's come on to bowl, hasn't he? But it feels like the conditions, having said earlier it was a good time to bowl for the seamers, it now feels like the sort of conditions where an umpire will be saying you shouldn't really be bowling your quick bowlers here, because it is very dark. It
happened to him down at Glamorgan that he came back on to bowl and they took them off straight away. And he's in now, bowls to Brook, who defends that one straight back to him, but it is gloomy, very gloomy. There is a very large black cloud immediately above Headingley, as there so often is.
Love none of that.
Physically or metaphorically. But it is a bit yes. You can see from the pictures, if you're watching the pictures, how bright those lights are. And that background, it's not been altered. It is that dark behind those floodlights. As Tickner is in again and bowls to Brook, who pushes it up to mid-off. I usually wait until the closer player. The one person who also watches, well, he watches all of Derbyshire. I'm going to miss tomorrow, obviously, but I don't miss many. David Griffin, who'll be out there taking pictures, bless him. He'll be cursing as well, I would have thought, given the cold. He'll tell me how dark it's got with all his modern technology and these cameras they've got these days. As Tickner bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side nicely by Brook, but well stopped by Anuj Dal at mid-wicket. It's the kind of light where it's very difficult to pick out the faces, isn't it, of the players. Obviously you can see the numbers quite brightly on the backs of the shirts, but you can't really see faces anymore.
And not easy to see the ball either, even from us up here. So I mean, maybe it's easier down on the field, but I
wouldn't have thought so. Tickner's in, and that one is carved into the ground, nicely fielded. Well, it went straight to him really. And Aaron Donald gully, and Donald races out. I thought he was going to try and collect all the discarded items of clothing from Alex Thompson, but I think he's actually fielding out on that boundary. The umpires are getting together out there at the moment, and will no doubt be discussing whether it's too dark. If Tickner carries on, that might be a topic of conversation. They'll certainly continue, I would have thought, with Alex Thompson out there, but I don't think that they've taken a reading yet, so they won't have any baseline, which is probably good news.
Just scanning down the Derbyshire scorecard, who else could bowl a bit of spin in this team?
Nobody. Well, no, that's unfair. Harry Kane has bowled this set. I don't think they really want Harry to bowl. Occasional off spin. He bowled down at Glamorgan. What did he bowl? 7 overs for 19. So it was reasonable. And they had him on basically because it got too dark. And now what's happening? Are they going to take a reading? Are we coming off? What's happening?
Well, Brook's staying out there. Joe Root isn't. He's walking off.
And the bails have been removed as well by, I think that was Ben Aitchison who took the bails off. I think we're off a bad light here, everybody. That's slightly disappointing.
But Tickner doesn't want to go. He's still stood there at short fine leg, but yeah, we're heading off.
We are heading off. So the first interruption of the weather as the cover is wheeled out with Yorkshire on 276 for 3. I can't see any rain in the air, which is one positive. Looking into the darkness of the scoreboard. Applause for the two Yorkshire batters. Harry Brook, they've taken it off, has got 44 from just 37 deliveries. Joe Root follows him off the field. He's on 65 off 99. Between them in a 67 ball partnership, they put on 71 so far for the fourth wicket. The time coming up to 4 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't take an early tea. And then the laptop goes off. We still have 37 overs left today, but I'd be surprised if that wasn't tea, as the stumps are removed by the umpires. I would suggest that's what we're doing. So what we'll do is, whenever they return, we'll return. But in the meantime, here's some music. Oh no, here's some silence.
Good afternoon, Toby. Yep, it's not a great afternoon though from Headingley, if I'm honest, because it's raining. They went off for a combination of bad light and rain at 7 minutes before 4 o'clock, if I can get my teeth in, with the score on 276 for 3 after 59 overs of Yorkshire's first innings. Joe Root is not out on 65. Harry Brook was smashing the ball to all parts and 44 not out at that point. The highlight of the day so far, an innings of 97 by Adam Lyth earlier. He was third man out when the score was on 205. He was out there for a good 2.5 hours or so, including 15 fours, but couldn't quite make it to a third 100 for the season. So no play for a while, and maybe they might be off for the rest of the day. It's looking pretty grim out there. Yorkshire 276 for 3.